Stop acting like you know the way ahead, like you know the rules. There are no rules, man. We're lost.
I don't know.
Gonna learn today.
If you would just get up and teach them instead of handing them a freaking packet, yo.
You're fired.
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your asses.
You're fired.
Pulls up three-pointer. Bang! Pulls up three-pointer.
You're fired.
Stop acting like you know the way ahead, like you know
You're
the
fired.
rules.
Pulls up three-pointer.
There are no rules, man. We're lost.
I don't know.
It's good. Wins the game at the buzzer.
You're fired.
Disrespecting you disrespect my hood. By
You're
telling me,
fired.
take off my flag, asking how gangster I was. You lucky on that day I was acting cool, cuz. I told you I ain't got time for that. Today I got time, cuz.
Yes, family. To everybody that's in the chat, I see you. I can really see you when you start dropping them comments.
And that's facts.
And I mean that.
Gonna learn today.
Must be low.
I beg your pardon?
Shots fired! Shots fired!
I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. The double champ
MavsSphere.
he wants.
I got my city in the chokehold.
MavsSphere. Gonna learn today.
Bros, you must be loco.
Nobody knows why I lie.
Broke codes ain't getting no dough.
Did you
They
kiss your
just
mother
win
with that,
and
bro?
kick it like dojo. Bought a new car.
It's my business. That's what it
Gonna learn
is.
today.
Couple bad bitches
We can
with
smoke
their
like we
shoes
all grew up in Texas.
off. Bust that top piece down, just bought a new one.
Again!
I ain't worried about him at all.
We can smell like we all grew up in Texas.
Did you kiss your mother with that, Mel?
I ain't talking about that, Melissa. Stay out of Grown man, but you shouldn't even be in here talking about my money. No way.
Yup.
Get that money, trap. I bought a new car, had to take the roof up.
We just get
bad bitches with their shoes off. Bust that top piece down, just bought a new watch. I be riding around my town with all my jewels on.
I ain't worried about him at all.
Get that money, trap.
You gonna learn today.
New car, had to take the roof off.
We just get it. This chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
I got my city in the chokehold.
Turn up.
You gonna learn today.
Like we all grew up in Texas.
All right, family, where you at? Hop in the comments, smash the like, subscribe, tap in so you can be back in.
Like we all grew
And
up
I
in Texas.
mean that.
And that's facts.
Chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. The double champ does what the he wants.
Stop acting like you know the way ahead, like you know the rules. There are no rules, man. We're lost.
Like we all grew up in Texas.
You gonna learn today.
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
Like we all grew up in Texas. We can smell like we all grew up in Texas.
Oh my God.
Nobody knows why liars lie.
I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. The double champ does
It's almost showtime, family.
That's your 10%.
It's my business. That's what it is. I ain't talking about that, Melissa. Stay out of grown man, but you shouldn't even be in here talking about my money. No way.
This is the Dallas Mavs and NBA official Tap In show. For all of you who don't know, we're branching out.
And that's facts.
And I mean that.
we can smell like
You
we all
gonna
grew
learn
up in
today.
Texas.
Show that like button some love. So we make sure this gets shared out on every platform.
If you would just get your mother with that teeth. Stop acting like you know the way ahead.
Disrespecting you disrespect my hood by telling me take off my flag, asking how gangster I was. You lucky on that day I was acting cool, cuz I told you I ain't got time for that. Today I got time, cuz.
We are gonna be in your face. We are gonna be on your ass.
Did you kiss your mother with that mouth? That mouth?
We can smell like we all grew
I
up
ain't
in
worried
Texas.
about him at all. I ain't worried about him at all.
Oh my God.
Stop acting like you know the way ahead, like you know the rules. There are no rules, man. We're lost.
We can smell
You're fired.
grew up in Texas. We just get it.
I don't need you know the way ahead, like you know the rules. There are no rules.
Get it. Absolutely nobody.
You gonna learn today.
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
I ain't worried about him at all. I ain't worried about him at all.
Goodbye.
Stop acting like you know the way ahead, like you know the rules. Stop acting like you know the way ahead, like you know the rules. There There are no rules, man. We're lost.
Oh my God!
I ain't worried about him at all.
MavsSphere with the smell like we all grew up in Texas.
And you kiss your mother with that mouth?
Front office did. We're still looking for answers at this point. Matt Houston reached out to Mavericks ownership today, seeking more transparency on this trade. Matt's outside the AAC right now with more.
Jonah, you made reference to the small demonstration outside the AAC yesterday. Many of the signs that fans were carrying, at least the ones we could show you on TV because they didn't have dirty words on them, said things like, "We want answers." Perhaps there is more to this story. We don't know yet. We're still working to figure that out. But we do have new reaction from the minority owner, Mark Cuban. Take a look.
Workers scrubbed the AAC of Luka Dončić's presence Monday, and at Love Field, empty spaces remind the city where its heart used to be. The Los Angeles Lakers will introduce Luka tomorrow, and Mavs fans
it doesn't make it make sense.
Still don't get it.
I think maybe they can afford him. I don't know. Something's happening. I don't see why not.
General Manager Nico Harrison tried to explain the move Sunday, pointing to the possibility Luka could leave when his contract expired, and highlighting the return from the Lakers.
We really feel that they're adding into the culture that we're trying to create here. We feel that defense wins championships, and we're excited to go. We feel like we're built to win now as well as in the future.
That did not satisfy fans. We pursued further explanation Monday from Mavericks owners Miriam Adelson and team governor Patrick Dumont, who was apparently surprised at the idea when Harrison pitched it.
The first time he laughed at me.
We've spent today trying to reach out to Adelson and Dumont, but they've yet to weigh in. Dumont did not mention the Mavericks during a quarterly call with the family casino business's investors last week, though he fielded a question about gambling's future in Texas.
As we said before, we think Texas has a great potential as a market for our business, but there's really nothing to report at this point. The session just began, and we'll see how it goes.
Only one person in the Mavs front office responded to our questions Monday. We asked minority owner Mark Cuban how he feels about the trade, and if he has a message for Mavs fans worried it's part of an effort to move the team to Vegas. His short response was diplomatic. Once an MFFL, always an MFFL, he said. The Mavs have made their move, permanently changing the path of the franchise.
As I was going to bed on Saturday night, about 11:30, and really couldn't sleep that night. It almost felt like a death in the family, right? I mean, as a Mavericks fan, I think I can speak for all Mavericks fans, we loved Luka. He was our guy. We embraced him. He came here as a boy, 18-year-old teenager, and he became a man here, got married, had a kid, led the team to 2 Western Conference finals, 1 NBA finals, was building something just incredible. And to pull the plug on that and to send him away, particularly for a fairly, I think from the perspective of most Mavericks fans, meager return, was just crushing. And so after a sleepless Saturday night, Sunday morning, I got up and kind of put my thoughts on this together and put it out there on X, and it seemed to find a real audience, about 6.3 million views in about 36 hours now. So that people found the theory.
Historically, LeBron has not wanted to hand the car keys to anyone. He's never in his life had a teammate better than him. The answer's always been, give me the ball. But now Luka will do it. Every single possession you're going to have all game long is either going to be orchestrated by Luka Dončić or LeBron James. Are you kidding me? The argument for trading Luka was his conditioning. Last year in the finals, he was so incredibly out of shape, he only averaged 29, 9, and 6. Oh man, guy's conditioning's brutal. He now gets to learn at the feet of LeBron on how to take care of his body. Switch out Bud Light for red wine, hookah for some fine cigars, hire a chef. Luka's going to be one of the greatest players ever. And if LeBron, because of Luka, can get to the playoffs with more energy, man, that team's going to be a to play. Historically, LeBron is not
history. A player that has made.
Steph, what's up?
What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man?
Chilling, man.
Here.
Appreciate you waiting for me, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Draymond, I'm not even with that shit right now. You got 2 jobs, Jimmy. 1, pass the ball to Steph. And if Steph not open, pass the ball to me. And as a team leader, I'll decide what to do with the ball. You got it, Jimmy? Hey, Draymond, for real, chill out with that shit. No, Jimmy. That don't work on me. I ain't Tyler Hero.
Draymond, please.
Please what, Steph?
You just keep on antagonizing him like.
You see, that's why you and Klay for the box now. You never set the tone when he was here. So he walking around here thinking anything. But not you, Jimmy Butler. Don't you think nothing. I don't want no thoughts. I want you to pass the ball to Steph, or you pass the ball to me. Do you understand, Jimmy? Draymond, no. I don't understand, bro. Like I said, chill out. Jimmy can't understand. Jimmy, if I had 3 apples, Jimmy, you gonna talk to me like I'm stupid. What's up?
Oh my God!
What's up? No, fuck that bitch. What you want, Jimmy? Jimmy, this not what you want. Made me get up, huh? What's up? What's up? What's up? What you want to do? Which one do? Jimmy, the same thing I gave Jordan. What you want to do? I ain't Jordan. I ain't Jordan. Same thing I gave Jordan, Jimmy. I'm going to be the bigger person. Steve, get him, fine, get him. I told you not to trade AD. No matter what. I don't know what came over me, man. Oh, jeez. Rob Pelinka, you traded AD. Yes. Is this the time? Not LeBron James. LeBron did not have anything to do with this. Oh, my God. AD, man. No, I never do you like that, man. I'm going to miss you, bro. I'm going to miss you, right?
Yeah, all right.
Oh, don't you put that evil on me. First decision they made without me, man.
First one?
Yeah. Brian, storm out.
You gonna learn today.
All right, Brian. Who's that?
It's probably maintenance. You know that light that was messed up over what you call locker, yeah.
You want me to get that?
No, go ahead, man. You gotta get over there to the Mavs, man. Fuck.
My bad, I was late.
Luka, Magic! How you doing, man? You see my favorite player, right? Yes. I got you. Let me get this. Okay, I got you. Don't even worry yourself. Hey, so this is the locker room. This is people, man. Right here, here. Here, take that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, this is everybody, the team. Oh, this is my son, Bronny, right here. Yeah, future star, man. Y'all know who good together. I already know it.
He left something. He said he left something.
So that's what you on, Brian?
I'm just showing him around.
All right, AD. What was I supposed to do? Yeah, I put the trade in.
Man, what the fuck? What are you doing?
What the fuck you mean? What the fuck, AD?
Man, we won a race together, Brian.
That was 5 years ago. And they said that shit don't count. And I'm starting to believe him. Because you can't guard Jokic.
And Luka can't guard either.
Yeah. You brought up. Look, I just feel, AD.
For me?
I just feel.
How do you
Let me tell you. Mixup. Let me tell you. I sent you over here with Kyrie. You know Kyrie.
I know Kyrie. Come on.
That's what I'm saying, Klay.
Yeah.
Look at your team. I did that for you. Y'all gonna win the ring. You think me and Luka beat y'all? No.
Oh my God!
Think about that. Like, man, come on, AD.
Appreciate you, Brian.
Our bond over these past years, man.
Yeah.
That's real. Like,
That's love. That's love. That's
yeah. Luka! I'm telling you right now, Luka, that was the best trade we ever made. Wait a minute. LeBron has something to say. I'm going to drop 60 on every nigga head in Dallas, Texas. I had just bought the house, and that's how they do me. Yeah, that is true. New trade just came in. Oh, dog, get the fuck out. What? It's me? Yeah, it's you. I'm providing. Remember, it's me. Connect forward. Yeah, connect us to a city. Get out. Hey, stand up here.
What? Come to you. Oh, sorry, bro. Sorry. What's You said what? Yeah, man, why are you talking like that? Oh yeah, so yeah. Just drive, bro. Come on, man. It's tripping, bro. What is this?
There was no way to explain that trade, LeBron. Luka just went to the finals, but yet I had to get him to you. Now you know what you owe me, don't you? 4 more years of you hooping.
Gonna learn today.
And after that, I want Bryce and Bronny to be superstars on different teams. You know what that would do for the ratings.
What's up, y'all? RDC World here. We are in New Orleans right now, but still, we had to get that trade deadline video out. Now, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Right when the Luka trade happens, stay tuned.
When I traded somebody, yeah. I mean, guys.
There's a lot of people who've been pressing. Damn. Yeah, it's starting to hit you, huh?
No, I just realized the last good player I had was D-Wade.
Shut your old bitch ass up.
Get your ass up out of here.
Trades is the hardest, right? Trades is hard. I've cried when I've traded somebody, yeah. I mean, guys that are really, really close to me, particularly, early on.
Who had you crying?
I'm not going to even go there because he knows.
That's love. From
yeah,
a player,
no, it's hard,
from
man.
a player, like,
it's
to
hard.
hear that's love.
It's
Yeah.
hard because everybody knows it's a business and everybody uses that excuse. And I always tell myself, he just got transferred to another department, right? Just got transferred to another office, still in the NBA, but it trades an admission that you need something or you did something wrong. When a team's grooving, you're not going to make a trade, right? When it's all working and things working together, you're not going to make a trade if you're at the top. But when it's not, every guy knows, right? And everybody's looking around, but it doesn't mean you feel you don't feel as good about the guy, right? And there's family and guys who just had a kid and all that shit, man. It hurts. It's
the guy scoring over 10 plus points. It's usually a great game for us. He's been impressive, man. I'm excited to keep growing with him, and he has a great feel for the game already. You can tell he's played with some high-level players, just his spacing and instincts. It's good to see a young person in our league be able to do the intangibles and accept their role very early on and just seamlessly adjust with us and adapt. It's a beautiful brand of basketball when you have selfless guys like that. And then scoring is just an addition. He plays hard on defense, but instinctually giving us space and doing the right things helps us out a lot. We're going to play through him, and obviously I have the ball in my hands too. But when we have that post-up threat, that AD is able to get into the mid-range and cover up for a lot of our mistakes and take a lot of pressure off all of us. When you have somebody that can slow the game down, play old school brand of basketball, and command double teams, it makes all our jobs a lot easier. So I'm excited. I've been seeing a lot of double teams on this trip. I'm excited for one of my other teammates. Even Klay got double tonight. I was excited for him. Don't take it the wrong way. I was excited for him to get double because it just makes the game a lot easier, and we're able to make some high efficient plays off of that. It's just great adjustment for us when we can get open shots like that when somebody's getting double. Yeah. Yeah. You said underrated? Who underrates him? Oh, do I feel he's underrated? No, not particularly. I just think he's had to adjust his game as he's gotten older, playing with different guys coming into this season. He can pretty much play the same way he did in Golden State in terms of being able to move with the basketball, move without the basketball, and he commands a lot of attention, and that's what we need to alleviate that pressure for all of us. When you got a guy that can be that big of a threat, that great of a threat from the three-point line, you got to guard him. So it gives us a lot of driving lanes and opportunities to make each other better, even when he's being used as a decoy, sort of say. But when he gets it going in the first quarter, second quarter, whenever, the game just seems like just starts widening out a little bit. Game slows down. You're able to read it because you're not going one-on-one or you're not stuck in half-court offense. You're just kind of playing through Klay.
History and fans showing you so much love. How much fun was this for you?
Man, to be honest with you, I was just trying to keep it as another game, but I'll be lying to you guys if I say I'm not aware of a record I have in this building since 2020 or 2021. It's more of a motivation factor for me than anything now, because they're the best of the best. They're our champions in our league until another champion's crowned. And, you want to play your absolute best against them, and they're going to do everything in their power to stop me. And, I've said it in the past, but I feel like they feel, and we both feel like they know my game well enough, send a lot of double teams at me, a lot of different reads that they force me in, but it only makes me better. And I'm just grateful, man. This is what competitive basketball is about, competitive sports. It's just continue to get better, going against the best of the best and coming out with the W, doing whatever it takes to win.
There are not many NBA players who became champions of two different teams. Now AD joined you. If you become champion this year, three of you will get the two different teams champions yourselves, Klay and AD.
Yeah.
This gives you extra motivated?
Yeah, this is why I wake up every day and do my work, and even late at night, get my work in. I'm in the league to win championships. I don't want to waste my time, waking up and not having a purpose out there on the court. It's no disrespect to any other teams. It's just, I'm at that point in my career where my goals are pretty set in stone, and I've let everybody around me know what my goals are, created a better environment for me. And obviously the season's been up and down, but my focus has been pretty much the same since the summertime after breaking my hand, losing in the finals. Some redemption, kind of spirited focus, but also just an awareness that I have less years playing in this league than I do more. I'm not the young kid anymore with the potential through the roof and people always clamoring to come at my games, but I do feel like I have a great group around me where we can compete for championships, and that's all I can ask for as one of the leaders on our team. And you have J-Kid, Nico doing their things behind the scenes and making sure, we're a good group personality-wise. Makes my job a lot easier. Just go out and lead this group and believe in my guys. Oh, thank you. I know I'm on, I know.
Family, I'm gonna have to get that drop. J-Kid and Nico doing stuff behind the scenes.
You're gonna learn today.
In this show, we read between the lines. Everything that you say can and might be used against you. I said they're gonna use it.
I beg your pardon.
32 still young, and but in this NBA they like to age us and stuff like that. They like to play out the old guys, as they say. Once you get over year 10 or 11, you practically like, I don't know if people don't think you can get better in your 30s or something like that, but I feel like I'm at that place where I don't have to necessarily use my athleticism all that much, but I can adjust to the speed and athleticism of the game now.
Are you having more fun? Maybe pressure slightly less and just kind of balling?
Yeah, I would say that. I would agree with that. Definitely having a lot more fun. And I think it comes from just understanding the big picture here while I'm in the league. As a young player, you struggle with trying to live up to expectations. Mentally stay strong, stay tough, follow your predecessors, read about their journeys, ask questions. But until you're in situations or circumstances going through it yourself, you really have no idea how to handle it. And I think that's what these past few years have been about, of obviously keeping my joy of the game, but making sure I have a great environment, great support system around me where they keep me grounded. This game, we make a lot of money. It's a great thing I don't take for granted. But at the same time, you can get lost in this business if you start believing what other people say, or, start losing yourself and you don't work as hard anymore because you're feeling down on yourself. So I've been in multiple positions. I'm saying it's just as a player where I've had to figure it out. Far from perfect, but I'm enjoying, the journey itself for life.
How did you regain that simplicity and that innocence that you probably had when you came this ball?
Man, I think I just had to get over the hurt of being let down by not only myself, but people I trusted. And, just the innocence. Like once you lose your innocence in business, it's hard to recover back from that. Some people don't ever recover back. And that was the place I was in. Innocence, come into the league, fresh-eyed, wide-eyed, play a few years, end up leaving,
Yeah, I thought he set the tone. He came out, he was aggressive. I thought being able to run him off screens and his ability to catch and shoot, and then there for a minute, it didn't matter about catch and shoot. He was going to take it off the dribble, and he was just, super aggressive. And I thought he set the tone as a leader and a veteran of our group. I thought he did a great job for us tonight. Yeah, well, I think he's played the game so long. He's been labeled as one of the best shooters of all time, and so sometimes that overshadows the little things and his ability to escape the defense and put the ball on the floor and not just score, but also make plays for his teammates. And I thought again he took the shots in rhythm. A lot of those shots were all good shots, and he made them. He was, I think, 10 for 13 in that first half, and for our group to be able to continue to use him or find him was very positive to see tonight. Yeah, I thought the tempo was really good. I thought makes or misses. I thought just to continually try to get the ball up over with 21 on the clock. And then just the screens that we set. I thought just being able to set screens, the physicality was there for us tonight. Yeah, I think just when you talk about, I know he's only 21, but he comes from a basketball background. His parents played. It is basketball, and I think he's comfortable. I think just give himself credit to trying to digest what's happening. And then he's a team guy. He wants to help the team win, and he's done that in his first 2 games. Yeah, you look at their champion, and so they got guys that are sitting over there wanting to play. So you got to be careful of a letdown. And I thought we kind of fell into that trap a little bit of just trying to run the clock and shoot with 1 on the clock. And so we lost our rhythm. We got to be better at that. But their group played hard and got them back into the game.
I feel like to close out this trip with this sort of game, maybe give us some momentum working back.
Yeah, it's very important. We do have a game now. We go back home and have an afternoon game on Saturday, so kind of a quick turnaround. But hopefully we can get some healthy bodies. That would be a positive for our last homestand before the break. So just hopefully we can build on. This is a great testament to the character of those guys.
All right, family, we are back. Welcome back to the Tap In Show, where basketball hearts are the loudest. From Maverick Land all the way to Laker Nation and every court in between. Here we dissect every play, even what they say.
I beg your pardon?
I said what they say.
You're gonna learn today.
But I digress. Get ready for an electrifying NBA journey. We don't just watch the game, we live it. But before we go any farther, this is an interactive show, so I need you to get active in the comments. Now is your chance to get active, and make sure you tap in so you could be back in. Smash that like, subscribe. We in the sphere. Everything's available in here. So, question. I need your questions that'll change the game. Covering more than just the Mavs, let's dive into the NBA together. Shoot your questions in the comments below. We're gonna wing this thing and make live history.
And that's facts.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I said live history. But before we get into it, vibe with me a little bit. Let me mix this up. Hey, Nico.
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on.
Is this the dagger?
Nico, did you pull that move all by yourself? We need to know. And if so,
you're fired.
Moment of silence.
If you would just get up and teach them instead of handing them a freaking packet, yo.
Nico.
You disrespect my hood by telling me take off my flag, asking how.
Nico. So nice.
You disrespect my hood by telling me take off my flag, asking how gangster I was. You lucky on that day I was acting cool, cuz I told you I ain't got time for that. Yeah, I got time, cuz.
MavsSphere. MavsSphere.
Disrespecting you, disrespect my hood by telling me
Nico.
to take off my flag, asking how gangster I was. You lucky on that day I was acting cool, cuz I told you I ain't got time for that. Today I got time, cuz.
We are gonna be in your face. We are gonna be on your asses.
Nico.
We are gonna be in your face. We are gonna be on your asses, and we are gonna make sure you understand.
Hey, Nico, you don't.
Stop acting like you know the way ahead, like you know the rules. There are no rules, man. We're lost.
You gotta let that marinate a little bit. I appreciate you for tapping in to a one-of-a-kind experience here at the MavsSphere, where we talk more than basketball. We live it. I said we live it.
Your party. You're gonna learn today.
All right, so let me set the standard for the show. Get active in the comments. The more comments we have, the longer we gonna be on live. Huh. And I got all the equipment plugged up.
Wait a minute.
I said it's charged.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
All right, now let's let me set this right real quick for y'all. It's a little loud. All right, so first we'll be hopping into more Luka fallout, the pulse of Mavs fans with Will King. What are you talking about? Got me looking like.
Wait a minute.
But y'all know this is the home of where we scratch boys up. And I mean that. So let's get it loaded up.
Have an iconic figure who's not.
And if you cannot hear the video, make sure you let me know in the comments. I'm talking.
Shots fired!
See, I'm talking.
Shots fired!
You're gonna learn today.
And if the video does skip, it's because of my drops. So feel free to drop timestamps as we go.
Not just the face of the franchise, but I think, the face of the league, if not the face.
We want to.
And led to believe is this was channels that were a birthright. And it doesn't get better. I was at breakfast with some.
The lifelong Texan, lifelong Mavs fan. I know that you've been super into it. It's been a couple days. Luka's gone. How do you feel?
Just so bummed, just so crestfallen. I mean,
Hey, family, I need to know how you feeling about the Luka trade, whether you are a Laker fan or a Maverick fan. Make your voice clear here in the Sphere.
And that's facts. And that's facts.
I feel awful, and it doesn't get better. I was at breakfast with some of my buddies this morning, and they're like, why do you care so much? I'm like, what happened to you? When did you lose your humanity and your passion? This is what I sign up for, man. Like, we all have the way that we come through, loving sports. Mine is through the prism of fandom, Russillo, and it is fandom through the channels that were a birthright that I was born to. That's the Texas Longhorns, Dallas Cowboys, Texas Rangers, Dallas Stars, and Dallas Mavericks. And that's the way it has been, and I never made a choice. And to see one of my loves gutted, 100% gutted, the spirit and soul ripped out of it, it just feels like a real loss of hope.
Wow, that was intense and efficient. What bothers you the most?
Okay, what bothers me the most is that whoever made this decision, and I always respect it, even when we were together, you talked about I have sources, meaning you have sources, Russillo. You don't do this through, like I do, the prism of the fan. But on this one, I do know some things. And what I have been told and led to believe is this was really heavily, if not exclusively, driven by Nico. So, I don't want to focus all my fire on Nico Harrison, because I don't think it can be completely true that he does a decision like this. We know that there had to be.
Who's to blame? Is it Nico? Because I'm sure if it is,
You're fired.
I'm just saying.
Sign off. But as far as driving a decision, what has me most upset is there is no understanding from whoever made this decision, we'll presume Nico Harrison, that the role Luka played in the psyche in the city of Dallas, and it's singular, and it can't be replaced. And I posted this on X yesterday. Like, it's the type of thing that a championship doesn't just replace. So if I even accept the most, superficial rationales that, this makes us a better basketball team. Charles Barkley says it makes Dallas perhaps the second best team in the West. If I even cared about the X's and O's of that right now, and it worked out in the most optimistic manner possible, and they win a championship this year, I don't think it's enough. I don't think it replaces having an iconic figure who's not just the face of the franchise, but I think, the face of the league. If not the face of the league now, with some certainty, the face of the league within 5 years. And to rip that out, who's a homegrown dude.
Was Luka that person for you? I need to know. Drop it in the comments. Let your voice be heard. Let it be displayed on the big screen.
We brought over that had doubt around it. I debated Stephen A. and Max on whether or not they should take DeAndre, or whether or not DeAndre Ayton's a better pick, or I don't even remember the name of the dude the Sacramento picked second or third.
From Bagley.
And that was the type of debate we were having. And it was like, no, we got Luka. We pulled off a heist somehow. The basketball gods gave us this unicorn, and he proved to be everything that you ever wanted. And he just represented more. Honestly, he represented more than championships. And I will say this is like the Mavs trading Dirk in 2006. And if the Mavs had won the championship in 07 and 08 without Dirk, it wouldn't mean as much as winning in 2011 with Dirk.
Hello, this is Shire from Pipe Pops, and today we're going to be deploying a cluster and a project.
If you would just get up and teach them instead of handing them a freaking packet, yo. There's kids in here who don't learn like that. They need to learn face to face.
Yeah, you touched on a bunch of good things there. The ownership part of this, because none of this stuff happens like everybody else, but it still does not justify like you couldn't get enough.
Thing that a championship does. So if I even accept the most, superficial rationale, that, this makes us a better basketball team. Charles Barkley says it makes Dallas perhaps the second best team in the West. If I even cared about the X's and O's of that right now, and it worked out in the most optimistic manner possible, and they win a championship this year, I don't think it's enough. The face of the franchise, but I think, the face of the league. If not,
Y'all bear with me. All these tabs for this show, man.
the face of the league now, with some certainty, to face the league within 5 years. And to rip that out, who's a homegrown dude that we brought over, that had doubt around it. I debated Stephen A. and Max on whether or not they should, take DeAndre, or whether or not DeAndre Ayton's a better pick, or I don't even remember the name of the dude the Sacramento picked second or
Drop it in the comments. Who did Sacramento pick up when Luka was drafted? Because he don't know. If your comment is right, let's display it. But you got to get active in the comments to let your voice be heard.
third from Bagley. And that was the type of debate we were having. And it was like, no, we got Luka. We pulled off a heist somehow. The basketball gods gave us this unicorn, and he proved to be everything that you ever wanted. And he just represented more. Honestly, he represented more than championships. And I will say this is like the Mavs trading Dirk in 2006. And if the Mavs had won the championship in 07 and 08 without Dirk, it wouldn't mean as much as winning in 2011 with Dirk.
Yeah, you touched on a bunch of good things there. The ownership part of this, because none of this stuff happens. Like the number of times that you'll hear about something and then, like a week later, somebody's like, well, the owner, did or didn't want to do this. Like there's just so many deals that either happen.
I beg your pardon?
Is that an acceptable answer? Nah, we need to know immediately. We in the age of social media and where we can get the information, because what they say, the barbarian is at the door. The barbarian is in your hand. We got the barbarian. Y'all can't be over there coveting the information like it's the Holy Grail. Come on now.
You're gonna learn today.
Had to make sure just in case the video skipped. I said the video be skipping.
You're gonna learn today.
There happen because the owner's like behind it, or a deal that doesn't happen because ultimately everybody in the basketball side, the coaches, the front office are like, we want to do this. The owner goes, you know what, we're not doing that. And that's it. Like ultimately you work for the owner, even if we believe there's some sort of fake hierarchy of like the GM can tell the guy that actually owns the team that writes his checks that he is going to do something that he doesn't want to do. Maybe early on with owners, and maybe that's the lesson in this. Maybe that the new ownership part of this, even though that whole Cuban timeline has been so strange, where it was, wait, you sold the team, but you get to keep running it. Like that doesn't really ever happen. And I don't know that that's even necessarily true, or maybe they were being nice to Cuban for the year or whatever, but it's the opposite of what a new ownership group would want to do in their own backyard. You would think even if Nico's convinced them, hey, he doesn't get it and he's going to age fast and we don't want to pay him all this money and all these things. I would think most ownership groups in this situation would be like, you know what we can't do though, is we can't trade this guy right now. We can't.
Is that an acceptable answer for the Dallas Mavericks to be able to trade Luka Dončić? The franchise is in mourning right now. And if you're going through mourning, I feel your pain. But remember, we got real life issues to handle. So don't let it tear you apart from the people that you love.
And that's facts.
And we can't do this because every sales guy is motherfucking the organization right now. All the PR people, like all the community stuff and the money part of it.
Whistle on the he can't be cussing on my channel. He gotta get one.
I beg your pardon.
I said one of those.
Although the local product here suffers in such a way, like their approval rating, which again, all that stuff can be totally bullshit. And if they have a deep playoff run, maybe it doesn't really matter. I think I saw something where the Instagram page for the Mavs lost hundreds of thousands of followers. I don't know if that was real or not. But the thing that influences so many basketball decisions, the dynamic that I kind of despise, is usually the kind of thing, though, that would prevent an organization from doing something like this because it is so immediately unpopular.
Okay, so from the ownership side of this equation, I'm going to tell you what I think I understand, and that is this. This is an organization, the new ownership, that allows its managers to run their businesses. Whether or not that's the casino business, the hospitality business, and maybe now the basketball business. This is also, I think, something that's taken everyone, shockingly, Russillo, I'm telling you this is true, taking everyone by surprise. They did not expect this level of backlash. One more just to do away with the conspiracy theory. The Mavericks are not moving to Las Vegas. Like this ownership group, by the way, is largely divested from Las Vegas. They don't own the Venetian. They don't own casinos in Las Vegas. And trust me when I tell you that there is a belief.
We set the stage. So family, I need you to tell me, this guy's claiming that they have no casinos. Is that cap? Is there cap in his rap?
Pardon? I beg
said, is there cap?
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Belief widespread to Texas. Forget Dallas. Dallas versus Vegas isn't even a comp. You know, no business owner goes, I think I'm moving from Dallas to Vegas. No, that's not a comparable market decision. But the idea of Texas is a big time investment. You will see gambling legalized in Texas. You will see casinos built in Texas. You will see the Mavericks somehow tied in to all of those things. So that's not happening. I don't think there's any way this is tied to moving the Mavericks to Vegas. And the NBA was doing them a solid, get Luka to LA and help out our ratings, and you can move the franchise to Vegas. No, that's not real. Russillo, people name their dog Luka here. Like there's not a comp, man.
Hey, if your dog is named Luka, or you know somebody who named their dog Luka, let me get a hashtag Luka dog in the chat, because there's some Luka dogs out here and they straight standing on business.
Shots fired! Shots!
I said they standing on the bees.
You're gonna learn today.
Let's get it.
Oh, man, here's the best I did. I tried to think about this. Because, me on my thing saying, a championship doesn't heal this wound. I don't know, there's 2 or 3 championships. Well, the closest comp I can come up with, besides the hypothetical of him trading Dirk, is Jerry Jones firing Tom Landry in 1988 into 1989. That was a big deal.
So is he saying that the only way the people are going to come back to the franchise is once they fire Nico?
You're fired.
Nico.
You're fired.
Matter of fact, let's pick up the vibes a little bit, man. Because that was tough. Then they try to hit your boy with an ad. They try to do me so wrong. But just bear with me. We're going to let this ad kind of rock. We're going to skip it. Matter of fact, let's skip this and we're going to mix up a little bit. Welcome to the Sphere. If this is your first time here, welcome to the one-stop shop for all things basketball. If you're a Mavs fan, near from afar, or just an NBA fan and you want to be up to date on the team, tap in so you could be back in. Hey, I see you, Dylan. We got a Luka dog in the chat. Hey, Chico. Hey, yo, Chico. Chico acting shy. Hold up. All right. Let me know if y'all can hear these drops.
Oh my God!
Make sure the audio is nice and crispy. StreamYard likes to play with your boy.
I beg your pardon.
I said they like to play. Okay, sound like we good. All right, let's get back into the show. And I appreciate your grace.
The team that writes his checks, that he is going to do something that he doesn't want to do. Maybe early on with owners, and maybe that's the lesson in this. Maybe that the new ownership part of this, even though that whole Cuban timeline has been so strange, where it was, wait, you sold the team, but you get to keep running it? Like, that doesn't really ever happen. And I don't know that that's even a...
Y'all know I got the drops. Let me set the stage, because he sound like he about to go somewhere with this, and I just got to make sure we got the right one. Here we go.
It's been so strange where it was, wait, you sold the team, but you get to keep running it? Like, that doesn't really ever happen. And I don't know that that's even necessarily true, or maybe they were being nice to Cuban for the year or whatever, but it's the opposite of what a new ownership group would want to do in their own backyard.
Cue it back up, man. This is so sneaky.
You would think even if Nico's convinced them, hey, he doesn't get it, and he's going to age fast, and we don't want to pay him all this money and all these things, I would think most ownership groups in this situation would be like, you know what we can't do though, is we can't trade this guy right now. We can't do this, because every sales guy is.
So the plot thickens. Who pulled the trigger on the trade? Was it Nico? Was it the Dumonts? Drop your comments in below.
Is motherfucking the organization right now. All the PR people.
Flag on the play. What I tell these boys about cussing on my channel? This is a holy channel. The only person that's allowed to cuss on here is the videos that I use.
In such a way.
And that's in the intro for a clarification.
I beg
you know
your
they be
pardon?
technical.
Hey, yo!
All right, let's get back a little bit.
Stuff can be totally bullshit, and if they have a deep playoff run, maybe it doesn't really matter. I think I saw something where the Instagram page for the Mavs lost hundreds of thousands of followers. I don't know if that was real or not. But the thing that...
Did y'all know that happened? And were you one of those that unfollowed If you did, let me get a hashtag unfollowed in the chat. Let your voice be heard, man. Matter of fact, Dylan, I see you. I see you. Shout out for being in the building. I know I acknowledged it, but I got to put you on the billboard.
I beg your pardon?
I'm putting my boy on the billboard. Let's get back to it.
That influences so many basketball decisions, the dynamic that I kind of despise, is usually the kind of thing,
Preference, this stream is going to be long.
though, that would prevent an organization from doing something like this because it is so immediately unpopular.
Okay, so from the ownership side of this equation, I'm going to tell you what I think I understand, and that is this. This is an organization, the new ownership.
Wait a minute.
That boy about to give us some tea? Come on.
That allows its managers
Let me go get my cup. Hold on, y'all.
to run their businesses. Whether or not that's the casino business, the hospitality business, and maybe now the basketball business. This is also, I think, something that's taken everyone, shockingly, Russillo, I'm telling you this is true, taking everyone by surprise. They did not expect this level of backlash. One more just to do away with the conspiracy theory. The Mavericks are not moving to Las Vegas. Like this ownership group, by the way, is largely divested from Las Vegas. They don't own the Venetian. They don't own casinos in Las Vegas. And trust me when I tell you that there is a belief.
Hey, TGK in the building. Shout out. TGK. I got you. The other day, the audio wasn't crispy for that drop. So I was like, I got to redo it. So therefore, let me see. Yeah, I had this for you.
My whole career, I was pretty much bald. So people just...
This that TGK drop.
If you would just get up and teach them.
TGK, you just got to get up and teach them. I said you got to teach.
You're gonna learn today.
If you would just get up and teach them instead of handing them a freaking packet, yo. Disrespecting you, disrespect my hood.
TGK, this one for you.
Disrespecting you, disrespect my hood. By telling me take off my flag, asking how gangster I was. You lucky on that day I was acting cool, cuz I told you I ain't got time for that.
TGK, today we got time. We got time. This is what we gonna...
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your asses. And we are going to make sure you understand.
Shout out to TGK with the Luka Show, the one-stop shop for all things Luka Dončić. Make sure you tune in. Hey, simply put, you got to tap in so you could be back in. Hey, that's another place where TGK scratch boys up. And I mean that.
I beg your pardon?
Shots fired!
You know I had to add that on there. Man, I appreciate y'all for indulging me on that segment, man. I be getting lit, man. When I start mixing, your boy be mixing.
I beg your pardon?
I said I be mixing.
You're gonna learn today.
All right, so let's get back into the video. And forgive me, man. When I hit my drops, the video be skipping, so we just got to kind of figure it out. We're going to wing it, though. We'll make it work.
In Texas, you will see the Mavericks somehow. Trust me when I tell you that there is a belief widespread that Texas, forget Dallas versus Vegas isn't even a comp. You know, no business owner goes, I think I'm moving from Dallas to Vegas. No, that's not a comparable market decision. But the idea of Texas is a big time investment. You will see gambling legalized in Texas. You will see casinos built in Texas. You will see the Mavericks somehow tied in to all of those things. So that's not happening. I don't think there's any way this is tied to moving the Mavericks to Vegas. And the NBA was doing them a solid, get Luka LA and help out our ratings, and you can move the franchise to Vegas. No, that's not real. Russillo, people name their dog Luka here. Like there's not a comp, man. Here's the best I did. I tried to think about this. And because, me on my thing saying, a championship doesn't.
Mavs_Sin. I see you in the chat. Shout out.
Disrespecting you, disrespect my hood.
All right, let me get you. We got, it was the owners that, matter of fact, your comment seems like this is the perfect scene. It was the owners that persuaded Nico and took the fall. I bet it wasn't Nico that went to Dumont trading Luka, and Dumont laughed. That's what was reported. It was the other way around. Nico laughed NBA forced it.
Oh my God.
Well, hey, that was deep. I appreciate that comment. TGK rolling. And matter of fact, let's tap in. Let's see who we got in the building. TGK, love you, bro. Hey, man, shout out, man. Go show the Luka, show some support. My boy be doing straight hot fire. And I mean that.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
I feel you. Hey. Yeah. Hey, TGK, let me know if you need me to put it in the drop. I'll shoot it to you. Hey, forgive me on reading these comments. You know I'm partly legally blind.
Pardon?
I said I'm legally blind.
Don't you put that evil on me!
All right, let's see. Dude, I cried yesterday. Last time I cried was when Dirk won the chip. Hey, family, it's okay. Get those emotions out, because if you don't get them out, they stay in that place where they were. I appreciate that comment. Real talk. Those are the reasons why I do these shows. I do them for y'all. I be in the lab. Don't ever doubt my dedication.
Shots fired! Shots
Straight
fired!
hot fire content. Matter of fact, man, y'all know it's too quiet in here. And if the video skip, let's see, we are at the 10 minute and 42 seconds. So feel free to drop that in the chat for me, just in case when we mixing up real quick. We're going to mix up for about 10 seconds. We'll make sure we in the right spot to get back into the reaction.
If you would just get up and teach them.
MavsSphere.
I don't need help.
Boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow.
If this is your first time in the stream, you are in the one-stop shop for all things basketball, where fandom transcends legacy. Huh. We don't just watch the game over here. We live it. Shout out.
I beg your pardon.
I said we live it.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
You disrespect my hood by telling me take off my flag, asking how gangster I was. You lucky on that day I was acting cool, cuz I told you I ain't got time for that. Today.
Hey, Nico.
I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody.
Game is game, bro.
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your asses. And we are going to make sure you understand.
And share the stream out. 500 subs. That's what we're trying to hit today. So we're going to stream until we hit 500. So if you in here, like, subscribe. Make sure you go to MavsSphere.com. It's legit.
Wait a minute.
Go to MavsSphere.com. Enter to win the first MavsSphere exclusive merch. Yeah, it's in the works right now. Somebody's in the lab.
You're gonna learn today.
All right, but let's get back into the show. Y'all know I be having to mix it up, man.
before a team still standing. But Luka getting
I'm going to go a step further. I honestly think it was more. The Dumonts are currently sending a lot of lobbyists in order to get their casino built in Dallas. They acquired the teams with plans on investing in a new arena. But one small trick, they wanted a casino in the arena. But in Texas have their own state constitution.
I beg your pardon?
I said we got our own state constitution.
I beg your pardon?
This is an edutainment show. You're going to learn something today. But I digress.
Playing. And that's the part with Nico where it's very clear they were completely over him. And Windhorse, when he did his rant last year during the playoffs, it just, I mean, that was like vicious. He made a point today where he's like, you know what's crazy?
Shout out, Ali. I see you in the building. Hey, man, if I play a drop, go ahead and say if that's the drop that you want when you make a comment. You know, once we hit 500, we'll be able to do a little more things. So I got to make sure I personalize the channel to the supporters. I'm not going to call you fans because you're supporters. I appreciate you for being here in the Sphere, the one-stop shop for all things basketball, where we transcend fandom to legacy. And you in the right place, in the right space, in the Sphere.
I beg your...
I say you in the Sphere. All right, let's get back to
crazy about that. He's like, nobody, or maybe I just saw the clip again. He's like, nobody from Dallas called me to defend their guy.
Hey, Ali, tell me about that week, man. Hey, we all family. Hey, that profile picture.
Oh, my God.
Before a team still standing. But Luka getting to the finals, again, with a different roster, that quickly after getting to that Western Conference Finals appearance, like tells me that you actually are close. And again, this isn't some empty stat guy. This isn't just the most talented guy in the league, that even with his deficiencies on defense, there wasn't enough happening negatively with his game that put a ceiling on who you were, where I think there's like 5 to 7 other guys in the league where I'm like, oh, cool, he had 30 again. Yeah, I mean, let me know when they're out of the play-in. And that's the part with Nico where it's very clear they were completely over him. And Windhorse, when he did his rant last year during the playoffs, it just, I mean, that was like vicious. He made a point today where he's like, you know what's crazy about that? He's like, nobody, or maybe I just saw the clip again. He's like, nobody from Dallas called me to defend their guy. So I think what we're putting together here is that whatever the day-to-day Luka dynamic was, it was still so egregious to Nico and the rest of the group that they were willing to do something like this, where on the outside you're going, you're complaining about this dude as the face of your franchise because you actually have team success. Granted, not the title, but like real runs in recent seasons to point to is this guy is not somebody that gets in the way of a team's success, despite his flaws.
So what's wild about that, and he...
Before he answers, I need you to answer the question. Drop it in the comments. Let your voice be heard, man. All the thoughts that you think are important in the spirit. Because when you with family, anything's possible.
And he's completely validated today, but is the idea that Nico Harrison is bigger than Luka Dončić. Clearly he is bigger than Luka Dončić because he did this. And if that's because ownership believes in him, you know, so much, or this is their style of management to allow people to make decisions, it's shocking, whatever justification Nico runs out, that it's what sold. Let's do a couple of them. So the defense thing, that's total nonsense. And I know a lot of fans are going to say, they go, Will, I watched him get destroyed. I don't care. They were number 3 in the league in defense last year after the trade deadline. After they got Gafford in Washington, they were 3rd in defense. Does that make them perfect and Luka's not a liability on defense in the finals? No. By the way, Boston was better than Dallas. That's the end of that story. I don't care about
it. It was also a bad basketball matchup, too, with like the way they would execute. So sorry, I interrupted, but keep it going.
No, but the point...
Is that a legitimate excuse? Hey, in Texas, we build different. You strap up your shoes like everybody else straps up their shoes. If you can't come out here and compete and you done made it that far, you know how many people we were talking mess to
pardon?
I said, do they know how many people we were talking mess to? And then for them to leave us high and dry in the finals, Kyrie Irving being a no-show, man, I got thumbnails with my boy on a milk carton, but that's my favorite player. I couldn't do him wrong.
Wait a minute.
But I digress, man. Thank y'all for indulging me on these rants, man. I need them for the shorts.
I beg your pardon?
I say I need them for the shorts. Let's get back.
The point is that doesn't cause you to navel gaze. That's not a long look in the mirror. You ran up against a really good basketball team in Boston. So I don't buy the defense thing whatsoever. The conditioning thing, here's the only way. I loved what you said with Bill this weekend. You said, I repeated it at breakfast.
Oh, did Luka Dončić look like he was overweight? I was on a stream and then he's looking slimmer than he's ever looked before. And not to mention, he's supposed to be playing this weekend. Man, I was going to hit you with the I beg your pardon, but I feel like it's getting overused.
I don't care if he's smoking cigarettes while bringing the ball up the court. He's Luka Dončić. I mean, that's perfect. I don't care about his conditioning right now.
I care if he's smoking them cigarettes. Flag on the play.
Now, I do think they worry about his long-term, how he wears long-term. I do think they think, okay, we're 1 year away from the Supermax, $70 million a year. He is clearly not that dedicated to getting in peak physical condition. How does that play? I don't know. 30 is still 5 years away. So for me, I'm like, it'll play fine. I don't care about what he is at 30. But are they worried he's not going to be good at 27, 28? And you're sitting on this deal? I'm curious what you think about this, Russell, because one of the only things I could come up with, and I posted on X is, you know, you love the NBA. A lot of people think that I won't because of my politics, but I love the NBA. Specifically, I love the Mavericks. So I don't have a vested interest. I don't have a political desire to kick the NBA in the crotch. But I am capable of reading facts. And the ratings are not good. Quite honestly, Russell, I rate...
Let me pull up that comment. Let's see. Somebody had dropped the comments. All right, here we go. Should be displayed now.
Rate higher at 4 than the NBA does in prime time.
Y'all know I be having to set the stage.
And
whoa, early shots fired.
They may beat me in the demo, but I'm gonna be honest on that as well. Not by that much. So the point is the ratings are not good for the NBA. Okay, all the people go, well, kids consume the NBA different. TikTok. You don't monetize social media in the same way you monetize a TV contract. So you have to ask, at some point, is there a correction in the TV revenue market? Like the NHL had a reset in the mid-2000s when their salaries got out of control. And you say, okay, well, if that's coming for the NBA, are these Supermax deals at $70 million a year unsustainable if the current economics of the NBA don't continue? Maybe they do continue, maybe they don't. ESPN has an endless appetite for live sports programming. So I don't know, but that's the only thing I can come up with. But even at that, Russillo, this ownership group is loaded. Like, they've got a lot of money. So I don't think they're a penny.
So drop your comments. Why do you think this move was pulled? I can't answer for you. I can only react to your response. And make sure y'all be commenting on Twitter because I be reading comments. I be needing some content. I say I need the content.
I beg your pardon.
Shots fired!
All right, let's get back to it. And if you're dropping in the comments, I will read the comments here shortly again, but the stream is going to be probably 4 hours if I just stop every time. But I see you. I see you.
Disrespecting me. You disrespect my hood.
I see you.
Penny pinching ownership group worried about the black and red of a financial spreadsheet into the future.
I have more work to do on the ratings thing because I think at times the way the ratings cycle gets treated is there'll be this downturn, right? And then that downturn is supposed to tell you the future, right?
Yeah.
Because remember when the NFL had a dip, it was, well, it's concussions, right? Concussions were going to end football and no kids were ever going to play football again. I think you and I were doing shows back then and I was like, have any of you ever been to the South? Okay. Like, I think.
Facts, man. I be telling my wife my son gonna play football. She be acting like she want him in a band. I say, I don't want to hit the drive. It's gonna skip the video. I say,
I beg your pardon.
What? You want him to do what? Yeah, no little drummer boy around here. This ain't drumline. Band is only cool on the movies.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Unless you were in band. Hey, if you were in band, I rocks with you. Especially if you in the Sphere. You family. people outside the family. Here we go.
Take this chance to apologize.
I think people are still going to play football. And then it was because it was Kaepernick, right? And then it was because it started to become like a bit of a political divide where if you were on the right, you wanted to see the ratings go down a little bit because it kind of justified some of your political beliefs. And I just felt like that kind of falls to this like polling of one stuff that'll happen. Like, oh, my uncle doesn't watch it anymore.
Both sides,
like, okay.
You remember both sides because you remember the debate about, oh, the NBA is going to replace the NFL. It became a proxy culture debate. But all I'm saying
that was another Cuban thing. That was another Cuban thing. Cuban was trying to say that.
Yeah, he drove that. So the first take.
Right. So like when we look at the ratings part of it, I need a little bit more data, but ultimately, because I am working on something on this. I'm not done yet. And it sounds like as an NBA guy, I could potentially be pushing it back against the idea that there's declining ratings. But here's what we do know.
Hey man, you hearing this here in the Sphere? Make sure you tap in so you could be back in. And I mean that.
And that's facts.
Declining rating or any declining rating forecast is irrelevant to the bigger business deals because you could have, as long as you have a live rights program and you have all of these games, you can say, all right, year to year, like this is where we're at. Go back 10 years, this is where we're at. And like, okay, why would you invest this? They just did the TV deal. So to me, the TV deal and the ratings and the fact that it's been renewed, it triple again. And it was beyond the projections because there was a long time where like, why are some of these teams changing hands? Oh no, is the TV deal coming in way lower than they thought? Or some of these guys deciding to get out now because this is the decline. The franchise acquisition bubble is finally starting to happen. And then none of that happened because the TV deal came in massive. So the reason I think it's important to go through all this stuff is, okay, fine. Maybe it is a declining product in the way that we equate like what is successful and what is not successful based on, I think at times, some very outdated and domestic television numbers. But I can't sit here and say that anybody's wrong with looking at it that way. The point is $350 million to Luka is irrelevant because the money's already backed in. In 4 years from now of whatever that extension would have been, Luka's making less. The same way the quarterback renewal cycle happens. We're like, I can't believe Jared Goff is making all this money. Look at that guaranteed money. And then 3 years later, you're like, that contract isn't even that bad anymore. At 25, whatever your concerns are about Luka, there's no financial conditioning argument.
Oh my God!
I need to talk to y'all. Do y'all think the Dallas Mavericks fleeced Luka Dončić twice? They fleeced him by trading him, and then they got the best of him with the monies. That boy missing a lot. Let's get back to it. Matter of fact, drop that comment with your comments. Hashtag no way with your response. Skip this back.
For years from now of whatever that extension would have been, Luka's making less. The same way the quarterback renewal cycle happens. We're like, I can't believe Jared Goff is making all this money. Look at that guaranteed money. And then 3 years later, you're like, that contract isn't even that bad anymore. At 25, whatever your concerns are about Luka, there's no financial conditioning argument that I would hear because here's the thing, then you could just trade him. So I don't know if you want to follow up on that because I still have a couple other questions.
All I would say on that is I think ultimately I'm in the same place as you. I'm spitballing, trying to find a rationale that's for something that is on its face unjustifiable and irrational. The money side of it, and you're right. Well, first of all, the league's primary revenue source is TV contracts. So if viewership goes down, you would think at some point the value of those TV contracts would go down, but it hasn't happened to your point. They keep going up. Yeah. And that's in part because TV itself, cable is declining, and live sports and to some extent news are the last holdouts. And so kind of their land grab becomes more valuable as everything else goes down. You do wonder at some point, does it catch up even to those highest points on the mountain? But again, this is why I don't disagree with what you're saying. Luka's $350 million deal would be within the scope of a current TV rights deal. So you're not going to pay bad for it. You've already got that revenue baked in. So I'm with you. Again, it's going to take me back to, I think Nico, I'm going to let you take this where you want. It's clear that Nico saw.
Oh my God.
Ad for it. You've already got that revenue baked in. So I'm with you. Again, it's going to take me back to, I think Nico, I'm going to let you take this where you want. It's clear that Nico saw Luka as two things. I think you're right. He saw him as a problem. Okay. I don't think everything.
Matter of fact, I need you to drop in the comment, hashtag Luka is a problem or hashtag Luka is not a problem. Whose fault was it? Do you think it was all on Luka? Do you buy the conditioning? Got me over here like.
I beg your pardon. I beg
Make sure
your
that drop
pardon.
came through.
Everything was as hunky-dory behind the scenes as you'd want to believe. Whatever that means. How you manage a star, your relationships with stars, even Luka's relationship with other stars. I'm not suggesting there's anything bad there, but maybe I've been led to believe it's not as rosy as it always looks. And secondarily then, Nico saw Luka as an asset, not as an icon. And there's a difference. And so that asset, he was willing to flip. And maybe he's right. Maybe they're now better on defense, and maybe they have a 2 to 3 year window where they're, you know, the Mavericks aren't gone. They're going to be very competitive, presuming these 31-year-olds don't get injured. But the problem is he's not an asset. He's not just another player, even a very good one. He's an icon. And I don't think he's just an icon in Dallas. I think he is a league, and that's obvious now. Look, he's going to be the face of the league because he's a Laker even more now, you know, and you just traded away.
How do y'all feel about that? Luka Dončić is now going to be transitioned to the face of the league just because he went to Los Angeles. What's the disrespect that they have for Dallas? Are we not able to be that franchise that is able to bolster our athletes over the top for them to be eligible for these awards? Do you have to be in Cali, Boston, or these franchises that has run a monopoly over the NBA, getting all the players that they desire?
The icon of the NBA.
2 things that we finish up here. What I cannot understand is if you were going to make him available, why you would make him available to only one team. And the answer to that, as I've talked to enough teams and I talked about in the open, is that Nico Harrison looked at Anthony.
It's because it was a fleece.
You're gonna learn today.
Disrespecting you disrespect my hood.
They disrespected the hood.
I beg your
the guy
pardon.
he wanted more than everybody else, but it still does not justify, like, you couldn't get another pick. You couldn't figure out a way to, like, hey, I need just a little bit more. I need a sweetener here. I'm gonna get destroyed. I'm trading this guy. Like, give me a little something here. If you had heard, I already know the answer to this, but if you had heard he had canvassed the league for a couple of weeks and we had the normal cycle of a Shams or a Windhorst up on TV going, like, there are rumblings that Luka's available, then we get like the 2-week runway to talk about all the different hypotheticals. Like, you almost get to, like, have an appetizer to that moment on Saturday night where you're bracing yourself for it, like a content appetizer. If you had known that this wasn't just about one team he negotiated with, which I can't understand, would you feel better about it today?
Well, the one team thing feeds the conspiracy back to the ratings. Oh my God, we got to get ratings up. Make Luka a Laker. I don't generally believe. Well, do I believe in conspiracies? I'll let the audience decide whether or not I believe in conspiracies. You want to do 30 minutes on that for a minute? So should we just dig into a few?
We're gonna make that a YouTube only.
Okay, all right. That's for subscribers. That's for subscribers.
Yeah. You have to really want this content.
I guess, you know, like intellectually, like theoretically, yeah, that would have gone down easier. But in the end, I wouldn't have wanted, and that wouldn't have been any good either. If you had said that, this is kind of personal to me. If you had said they have traded him to Milwaukee for Giannis, maybe I could get behind that eventually. Maybe that is the one, because I really like Giannis. I just don't. There's nothing else. I don't care how many first-round picks. He's Luka Dončić.
Last thing, as we said at the beginning, we'll be on every day, Fox News, 4 Eastern. I was with you early in the ESPN days. Like, who's this fill-in? You know, we've told the story before, like, full head of hair. Shit, he's pretty smart. I think he's smarter than I am. And then we became friends. And we did a bunch of shows together. And who knows, like, things have gone a different way. Maybe we would have done shows together for a long time. But we both had goals. And, you know, I'm looking at you, realizing that you're reaching a goal, you know, something you're like, am I one of these guys? Like, you have those moments you're like, could I potentially? And then once you decide, like, yeah, I think I can be one of those guys. Well, you have now become one of those guys. What does this mean to you?
Well, I kind of know what you mean by become one of those guys. I mean, I'm not doing faux humility when I tell you I've never thought about it in that way. And I'll be personal with you in the audience. And you and I texted, and I said, look, to do what we do, you have to have a combination of a couple of things, which is narcissism, insecurity, and ambition. but you know, I of course am ambitious, and to have my name on a show and have my own hour on Fox News is incredibly flattering, and it's somewhat of a celebratory moment. But the real celebration for me is that I've been making a commute. Dude, I haven't unpacked my doc kit for 9 years. That includes my time back to ESPN when I would go spend 2 or 3 nights in a hotel at the Homewood Suites in Bristol. I guess technically it's Southington. But I have.
Hey, shout out Neo. I see you in the building, man. When AD and Kyrie age out in their prime in 3 years, Luka will be entering his prime. Even if Dallas wins a chip, there's no excuse for that trade. There needs to be an investigation. Hey, Neo, they out here.
Disrespecting you disrespect my hood.
Why they got that disrespect?
Disrespecting you disrespect my hood by telling me.
But they thought
you disrespect my hood by telling me take off my flag, asking how gangster I was. You lucky on that day I was acting cool, cuz I told you I ain't got time for that.
Hey, we got time today. Nico, you might be.
You're fired. I have lived out of a doc kit for 9 years, except for the 1 year of COVID. And I moved back to Texas 5 years ago, where I'm from, and I live in Dallas, and this is my life, and this is where I'll die. I'm never moving, at least not as a primary residence. And to get to do this from Dallas is the real victory for me. That's what it is. They made my dreams come true when it comes to, I get to go to my son's Friday night football games. I'm not missing soccer games anymore. I'm not commuting to New York. That's it. Everything else, Rosillo, is icing. And as for our friendship, stick around because maybe I'll put you in my cabinet.
maybe you have bigger aspirations than I.
And that's facts.
Maybe I don't know. I might have to get some sort of hair updates and transplant.
I'm thinking Secretary of Commerce. That's where I'm leaning right now. Secretary of Commerce, Ryan Russillo.
I don't know. What does that guy do?
Something big. Tariffs.
Last question. What's the biggest difference between ESPN and Fox News?
God, you know what's interesting? This came up this weekend. I was at one of my kids.
Okay, we don't care about that. All right. So, family, we're going to the next video. If you are just now joining the stream, I want to say welcome. This is a place where we scratch boys up. And I mean that. Let's get it. We're going to pick up the vibes while the video loading up.
If you would just get up and teach them instead of handing... If you would just get up and teach them instead of handing them a freaking packet, yo. There's kids in here who don't learn like that. They need to learn face to face. You're just getting mad because I'm pointing out the eye.
Game is getting real, bro. I don't need help. I don't need help. I don't need help.
Disrespecting me. You disrespect my hood by telling me take off my flag, asking how gangster I was. You lucky on that day I was acting cool, cuz I told you.
We are gonna be in your face. We are gonna be on your ass.
Hey, yo! I appreciate you for tapping in here at the MavsSphere, the one-stop shop where soul meets basketball. And that intro music and the music during the show, straight high fire.
And that's facts.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Because when you have a 25 people face the franchise, maybe perhaps one of the faces.
What were your thoughts?
All right, so let's cue this thing up.
A road trip?
You would never do that.
I would do it.
He's considering it. He was considering. No, Mike might.
No, Stugatz was considering just drive by the Mavericks. Why would you not go?
Thought it was a baseball player. I was like, who's Felipe Esparza?
He's a comedian. Put on the poll at Lebitard Show. Felipe Esparza, new Marlin or a new comedian?
No, now we have to ask him if he knows who Amino Hassan is.
Yeah, okay. By the Mavericks, why would you not go to? There's a lot of consensus here. Give me some answers to some questions. Incompetence by the Mavericks, why would you not go to all the teams and see what you could get?
Well, first, I'd like to start off by
Before we,
absolute.
why do you think the Dallas Mavericks chose to only go to one team for a deal? Drop your comments with a hashtag only option with your comments below. Hashtag only option. Let's get it.
Fraud, because there's no way you go to the bathroom for number 2 and you're not on your phone.
Matter of fact, make sure you like, share, and subscribe. This is the one-stop shop.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
What are you doing? You're just alone with your thoughts during that time?
Thank you.
You're lying. A newspaper, maybe. If you tell me, wait, I still pick up the paper.
No, there are books in the bathroom. There are physical.
Hey, do y'all remember when he first got into this game where he started speaking on these panels? He was so, I guess, well-mannered. Now he just seems like he think he a big dog. Never grow out of being humble. It'll get you far.
And that's fact.
Physical books. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I stand corrected. You're rereading these books? Have you finished them? Did you get new books? And when you're done with them,
I'm in the middle of like 7 different books.
What do you do with them when?
Hey, he ain't having that. He's like, man, how you gonna come on my show and disrespect me? He out here like,
I beg your pardon.
I mean, it's so
I
nice.
beg
You
your
gotta let
pardon.
it play twice.
They're done because you can't donate bathroom books.
Right on the toilet.
Sometimes I could take that out of there. Sometimes I can't.
If you're reading 7 books, Dan, you're not reading one. I mean,
Put it on the poll at Levitard Show.
Can we spell the booth?
I mean, go ahead, please.
Okay, so obviously, I got notified of this, and my buddy who let me know said this is the biggest trade in NBA history. And I wanted to fight back and say, no, that's not true. We're just being prisoner of the moment. And I thought about it, like, this is the biggest trade in NBA history because we've never had two superstar players in their primes, and Anthony Davis, yes, is still in his prime, getting traded for one another mid-season like that, let alone completely caught off guard for the entirety of the league. I want to thank Rob Pelinka and Nico Harrison for showing everybody that you don't have to whisper, hey, I think we're about to do this deal. You should go out and tweet and see what the public thinks. No, do your business behind closed doors. All these leaks that we've accepted as...
Hey, Neo. Man, he dropping that hot fire in the comments. Man, this is an interactive show. Neo, man, the hashtag supporter of the stream. Shout out Neo, man. Hey, that's the standard.
Shots fired! Shots fired! This is just how things are nowadays in the internet age. Nope, there's still people who keep secrets. And by the way, you know who one of those people are? Danny Ainge, because he was the third person in this deal. Danny Ainge made this happen by being that kind of stowaway zone where Jalen Hood-Schifino ends up.
You say this, but still an act of either negligence or incompetence not to go to every team in the league to get the valuable asset that you have a maximum value, no?
I think this is...
I need you to answer. What team would you wanted the Dallas Mavericks to communicate with for the best deal? What players would you have been okay with being in a Luka Dončić trade? If it's a certain player, do hashtag and that player's name or nickname. If it's nothing that would have made you trade Luka, type no go on Luka. Hashtag no go on Luka.
This is the part where it gets complicated, it gets tricky. Because when you have a 25-year-old face of the franchise, maybe perhaps one of the faces of the league, cornerstone, superstar player, it's not like dangling, you know, Duncan Robinson in a deal where it's like, oh, my name's in the rumors, like, you'll be fine. It doesn't work like that. That is, you only get one shot of trading.
I mean, I was theorizing that if you're going to blindside him by taking $100 million away, you do not want anyone knowing that.
It's because also, if let's say,
Bex, that was dirty work. I was like,
Wait a minute.
I was like, man, I'm gonna be.
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be
Man, we gonna be out there trying to get Luka that money, boy. And Nico out here in the coffee shops like a thief in the night.
said no. Or
Shots fired! I said a thief,
Shots
Nico.
fired! They got into a place where the deal wasn't going to get made. You want to be able to walk back into that workplace and not be super freaking awkward because you tried to trade the face of the franchise. The need for secrecy means you cannot go around talking to a bunch of people. And when you think about it in that regard, I understand. Apparently they talked to two teams. One of them was the Lakers. We don't know what the other team is. My theory is it's Milwaukee and it's Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's as I look through the caliber of players where this deal would work for Dallas, listening to what Nico Harrison saying he prioritized.
I need to know your thoughts on that. Do you think it was only one team or they were actually communicating with the Bucks in order to get Giannis? And if so, did the Bucks turn Luka down?
Wait a minute.
You're gonna learn today.
I guess so.
In coming back in this deal, and then a superstar that you had to believe might be available.
How many teams say no to Luka? To their best player for Luka? Give me the
Obviously one, the Bucks.
number of teams.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Jokic, San Antonio with Wembanyama, Milwaukee with Giannis. I think Golden State probably says no with Steph, even though we'll say, well, Steph is 35 and this kid is 25 and that's 10 more years. I don't think you can crater your franchise in that way.
All right. Would you have been okay with a Luka Steph Curry trade straight up? That one will make you think. Drop your comments with a hashtag Luka over everything, or give Steph a shot. Or you can make up your own with Steph. That didn't sound right. But the first one was high fire.
And then there's another level of this thing where it's like, I'll say no because I don't think Luka will stay. And I think Milwaukee's one of those places. Milwaukee knows that Giannis doesn't have a problem with the market. He doesn't have a problem with the weather. He doesn't have a problem with the lack of endorsements. Giannis's big issue in Milwaukee, if he has one, is when are we going to win another championship? And so to have that and know all of those things is way more important than the unknown of maybe Luka will like it, maybe he won't. And so I think that there's a little bit of that at play as well.
LeBron knows nothing.
All right, I got it. So what you will put for Steph Curry is hashtag Chef Curry.
LeBron is at dinner and learns at dinner.
Yeah. So like that, this is where it gets really complicated. He learned it at dinner. I don't believe LeBron learned from the internet. I just don't believe that. If the deal is done, and the deal was done in the middle of the game, as I was told, they consummated that deal. Pretty much, they agreed to the final terms in the middle of that game. Rich Paul had known for 48 hours. At that point, once it's a done deal, I think Rich tells LeBron. Maybe LeBron found out during dinner from Rich.
You think Rich is keeping that from LeBron for 48 hours as part of his agent duties?
I do, and
I see you in the chat. I see you in the chat. Hey, that little dish on the side profile picture, is that ranch, my boy? You know, your boy loves some ranch.
I beg your...
I say I love the ranch.
And that's facts.
Appreciate the comment, fam. It's high five. And I mean that. Let's get back to the show.
And I think Dan, for you have a very bad habit. I got to call you out on this. You lump Rich, LeBron, and Maverick together all the time. They are separate people. They're involved in separate business ventures. Sometimes they collaborate, sometimes they don't. So and making a point.
Hey, Neo, you got me over here. Let me make sure I know what time the video is, because you. As soon as I hit this mud, it's gonna change.
Oh my God!
That's my response to your comments. You rolling. You on the roll today, my boy.
So and making a point about Rich Paul and LeBron, you said, and they're looking for $5 billion to invest in a rival. No, that's Mavericks thing. That's not Rich's thing. And that's not LeBron's thing.
But these are lifelong. But wait a minute. I mean,
but Dan, should I associate?
No, fair enough. No, fair enough. But these are lifelong friends, and these are business associates who have trafficked over lifelong friendships, and their allegiances are going to be to each other over Anthony Davis or the billion-dollar investors.
I think Rich Paul is a professional. He takes his job very seriously, and as such, I think he does look out for his client Anthony Davis over his friend LeBron James in that instance. Especially because the other part of this is not like they traded Anthony Davis for, again, let me stop picking on him, but like Duncan Robinson and Haywood Highsmith, right? Like they traded him for a superstar player. So
I mean, would you not agree that LeBron James and Rich Paul are the greatest of friends?
Yes, they're great friends. Yes.
Okay, so you're telling me that Rich Paul is so honorable that he's going to make sure to take care of the same client he pulled out of New Orleans in order to get LeBron a fountain of youth in Los Angeles, that his loyalty and is going to be to his job and his client and not to his one of his best friends. Who?
Bruh, did y'all get a chance to check out the first? Matter of fact, I'm gonna queue up a video up for y'all. Just bear with me.
Who is also affected? Whose entire economy is affected by this?
He's the reason he has those clients, though. I mean,
hold on. Do you think that LeBron benefited more from Anthony Davis than Anthony Davis benefited from getting traded to the Lakers to play with LeBron? Is that what you're implying?
It worked out for both of them, but Anthony Davis was brought to be but Anthony Davis was brought to be the guy who helped LeBron age.
You're gonna learn today.
Hey, he ain't trying to have it, my boy. How you gonna try to take over somebody else's show? Sit down.
Dan, you're not.
I said sit down.
Benefited more in his life, his career, his legacy from the addition of Anthony Davis than vice versa. Then Anthony Davis benefited from getting to leave New Orleans to go be a Laker and play with LeBron James.
I do not.
Okay, so it wasn't about helping LeBron. Sure, LeBron got helped. Sure, LeBron's interests were served, but it was about helping Anthony Davis. Rich Paul was servicing his client Anthony Davis in that regard, getting him out of a situation for a franchise that wasn't winning, from a small market to play with a superstar who was going to help elevate Anthony Davis. And as we look at it now, Anthony Davis is a top 75 player. Does that happen if he doesn't go to the Lakers? Because LeBron's still top 75. LeBron's still considered one of the greatest. We're still having LeBron versus Jordan arguments if Anthony Davis never.
Is LeBron top 75? And if so, where would you rank him at? While you have, I'm going to give you some time to put your answers in the chat. Hashtag LBJ. GOAT or no GOAT?
Steph, what's up?
What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man?
Chilling, man.
Here.
Appreciate you waiting for me, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Draymond, I'm not even with that shit right now. You got two jobs, Jimmy. One, pass the ball to Steph. And if Steph's not open, pass the ball to me. And as a team leader, I'll decide what to do with the ball. You got it, Jimmy? Hey, Draymond, for real, chill out with that shit. No, Jimmy. That don't work on me. I ain't Tyler Hero.
Draymond, please.
Please what, Steph?
You just keep on antagonizing him like.
You see, that's why you and Klay for the box now. You never set the tone when he was here. So he walk around here thinking anything. But not you, Jimmy Butler. Don't you think nothing. I don't want no thoughts. I want you to pass the ball to Steph, or you pass the ball to me. Do you understand, Jimmy? Draymond, no, I don't understand, bro. Like I said, chill out. Jimmy can't understand. Jimmy, if I had 3 apples, Jimmy, You gonna talk to me like I'm stupid? What's up? What's up? What's up? No, fuck that bitch. What you want, Jimmy? Jimmy, just know what you want, baby. Get up, huh? What's up? What's up? What's up? Which one do Jimmy? Jimmy, the same thing I gave Jordan. What you do? I ain't Jordan. I ain't Jordan. Same thing I gave Jordan, Jimmy. Jimmy, I'm gonna be a bigger person. Steve, get him, fire, get him.
Go ahead and smash a like on the video. We about to get into the Luka version. Man, I told y'all, don't ever doubt my dedication. I be putting in hard work.
And that's facts.
Pardon?
I said the work is
I
hard.
beg your pardon.
I told you not to trade AD. No matter what. I don't know what came over me, man. Oh, jeez. Rob Pelinka, you traded AD. Yes, me, Rob Pelinka, I traded him. Not me, not LeBron James. LeBron did not have anything to do with this. Oh, my God. I can't believe you, man. AD, man. No, I never do you like that, man. I'm going to miss you, bro. I'm going to miss you, all right?
Yeah, all right.
Oh, I can't believe this, man. First decision they made without me, man.
First one?
Yeah, Barnes saw him out. I'm going to miss you, AD.
All right, bro. Who's that?
It's probably maintenance. You know that light that was messed up over what you call locker, yeah.
Hey fam, I'm not gonna lie, Nico. I'll take some of that back if you still got that Nike connection, my boy. Trying to get some kicks.
And that's facts.
I beg your pardon.
Your boy needs some kicks. You know what I'm saying? I'm a sneakerhead.
You want to get that?
No, go ahead, man. You gotta get over there to the Mavs, man. Fuck. Luka Magic! How you doing, man? You see my favorite player, right? Yes. I got you. Let me get this. Okay, I got you. Don't even worry yourself. Hey, so this is the locker room. This is people, man. Right here, yeah. Here, take that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, this is everybody on the team. Oh, and this is my son, Bronny, right here. Yeah, future star, man. Y'all gonna good together. I already know it. He left something. He said he left something.
Not that he say he left something and you answering for him right in front of him. Come on now. It just
I beg your
doesn't
pardon.
justice.
Kyrie, you know I'm gonna good together. I already know it. He left something. He said he left something.
That's what you on, bro?
I'm just showing him around. All right, AD. What was I supposed to do? Yeah, I put the trade in.
Man, what the fuck? What are you doing?
What the fuck you mean? What the fuck, AD?
Man, we run a race together, bro.
That was 5 years ago. And they said that shit don't count. And I'm starting to believe him. Because you can't guard Jokic.
And Luka can't guard either.
Yeah. You brother.
I'm dead.
Look, I just feel. AD.
For me?
I just feel.
How do you for me?
Let me tell you. Mixup. Let me tell you. I said you over here with Kyrie. You know Kyrie.
I know, come on.
That's what I'm saying, Klay.
Yeah.
Look at your team. I did that for you. Y'all gonna win the ring. You think me and Luka beat y'all? No, I did that for you.
I guess that makes sense.
You gotta think about that.
Yeah.
Like, man, come on, AD.
Appreciate you, Brian.
Our bond over these past years, man.
Yeah.
That's real. Like,
That's love.
yeah. Luka! I'm telling you right now, Luka, that was the best trade we ever made. Wait a minute. LeBron, I have something to say. I'm going to drop 60 on every nigga head in Dallas, Texas.
I'm dead.
That's how they do me. Yeah, that is true.
I beg your pardon.
New trades came in. Oh, don't get the fuck out. What? It's me? Yeah, it's you. I'm providing. Remember, it's me. Connect 4. Yeah, connect us to a city. Yeah.
Come you. Oh, Charlotte, bro. Charlotte. I'm gonna get a ring.
Yeah,
You said what? Yeah, man, why you talking like that? Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. Just drive, bro. Come on, man. Tripping, bro. What is this?
There was no way to explain that trade, LeBron. Luka just went to the finals, but yet I have to get him to you. Now you know what you owe me, don't you? 4 more years of you hooping. And after that, I want Bryce, and Bronny to be superstars on different teams. You know what that would do for the ratings.
What's up, y'all? RDC World here. We are in New Orleans right now, but still, we had to get that trade deadline video out. Now, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Right when the Luka trade happened.
Man, shout out. Make sure y'all go check Mark Phillups out. I had to leave this in because I messed with that content. Add that on there just in case.
Hey,
you know, my people in the back. Yeah, go check his content out. And then he got another little clip that I want y'all to see. And then we're going to hop back into the show.
Went and made the Luka video. But I was like, man, why don't we just wait till the trade deadline? Because what if more stuff happens that could add to the video? Now, whether that was a good idea or not, y'all still getting the video. Because there's a lot of people who've been pressing me for a whole week off that Luka video. You don't make LeBron videos. Oh my God, you're this. Even if I stop it.
He going to have more videos coming out about the trade deadline. So make sure y'all check those out.
LeBron videos. Nigga, we be making shit all the time. Stop acting like we're just sitting there doing nothing. But I just have to tell y'all that real. Stay tuned. RDC. Cooking. All right. RDC.
Damn.
Yeah, it's starting to hit you, huh?
No, I just realized the last good player I had was D-Wade.
I'm dead.
Oh, bitch ass up.
Get your ass out of here.
Trades. Trades is the hardest, right? Trades is hard. I've cried when I've traded somebody. Yeah. I mean, guys that are really, really close to me, particularly, you know, early on.
Who had you crying?
I saw a clip from Basketball Illuminati that was referencing, I think, a Ben Golliver Trojan horse theory about Kyrie Irving going to the Mavericks to blow them up so that Luka could be so unhappy that he would end up back on the Lakers. And I want to hear what your thoughts are on that.
So on Basketball Illuminati, Ben Golliver just talked about Kyrie Irving being a Trojan horse. We're the ones that elevated to and that's how Luka gets to be a Laker. And that episode dropped on February 23rd of 2023, I want to say. It was right after the All-Star game. And our whole theory about it was LeBron, me and George Sedano came up with this years ago in LA.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
All right, while the video is loading, this is an announcement. Welcome back to the one-stop shop for all things basketball, where we transcend fandom into legacy.
If you would just get up and teach them instead of handing them a freaking packet, yo. There's kids in here who don't learn like that. They need to learn face to face. You just get mad. You're gonna point out the obvious.
Where girl at?
I will tell people as Super Bowl week begins that
he takes him number one in each one of these drafts, but the next pick he takes, the top 75.
Here she goes.
That happened if he doesn't go to the Lakers, because LeBron's still top 75. LeBron's still considered one of the greatest. We're still having LeBron versus Jordan arguments if Anthony Davis never goes to the Lakers. But is the opposite true? Does Anthony Davis get to be a top 75 player if he doesn't leave New Orleans?
Is that rhetorical? I agree with whatever you say. I wanted to ask you your thoughts on. I saw a clip from Basketball Illuminati that was.
Hey, man, I told y'all, man, you got to be humble when you're in these certain spaces. Because if you're not humble, man, you make a tough road for yourself. No matter what level you get, always remember to show respect.
That was referencing, I think, a Ben Golliver Trojan horse theory about Kyrie Irving going to the Mavericks to blow them up so that Luka could be so unhappy that he would end up back on the Lakers. And I want to hear what your thoughts are on that.
So, Basketball Ben Golliver just talked about Kyrie Irving being a Trojan horse. and that's how Luka gets to be a Laker. And that episode dropped on February 23rd of 20.
Close some of these tabs and we'll mix up a little bit.
They have plans on being there for 10 years. Anthony Davis. Rich Paul was servicing his client, Anthony Davis, on Basketball Illuminati. Davis was a Pelican. Audience, hey, this guy doesn't leave breadcrumbs. He leaves whole loaves of bread. And so Tom and I and Anthony Mays, we went back and we looked at like the all-star drafts because LeBron leaves whole loaves of bread. Who does he draft high in these all-star drafts? It tells you who he likes, who he really wants. He took Anthony Davis number 1 overall in 2020 when Anthony Davis was a Pelican. There you go. That's a flag up. Now Anthony Davis is his teammate. He takes him number 1 in each one of these drafts. But the next pick he takes is Luka Dončić. And so we made that connection there. We read the tea leaves. We connected the dots. We kept our third eye open. And so 2 years ago we predicted that Luka Dončić would be a Dallas.
That should be a victory lap. That is.
That's crazy. Let me mark this real quick. And my reaction to what he just said.
Oh my God!
Sports radio.
I think you should be victory lapping right now while you're on your couch. I do believe we are underestimating Anthony Davis, though. Yes, he benefits from being LeBron's number 2, but he's forever considered a number 2 because we never got to see him as the number 1 after New Orleans. And I don't know that that's what we're going to see now. I think you yourself are devaluing how good Anthony Davis is.
I need you to drop those comments below. What are your expectations for Anthony Davis? Hashtag expectation, Anthony Davis.
I am not. I am. So Bomani said it best. We need to stop pretending like Anthony Davis is Dale Davis, right? Which is a great call, great pull by Bomani. He's right. Like this is an elite defensive player, all defensive team perennial, who is also an elite offensive player. There are not too many players in the league that we can say with certainty this guy is both all NBA and all defensive team every year, barring injury or something like that. I'm just telling you, with regards to who helped who, LeBron helped Anthony Davis way more in terms of his legacy and how he's looked at than vice versa.
What's the most interesting thing about all
I
of
see you, Neo.
All of it.
There's something the Mavericks know about Luka that they're not telling us. There is something there that we don't, and I'm not saying it's like, oh, it's medical or it's physical. It might just be they felt strongly that he's not going to stay. And this isn't the first time we've had this. It's going to sound like a ridiculous comparison given what happened afterward.
On my last stream, I talked about how Luka Dončić has stated that he always had intentions of moving. He just didn't know how he was going to make that transition. So it might be some truth to what going on behind the scenes about Luka might not wanting to stay here long term. And for us to give up that money and knowing that he's going to skate out on the franchise eventually, it might have been a little bit much for the Dumas to bear.
But once upon a time, Dan, Darren Williams was looked at as him and Chris Paul, who's the best point guard in the league.
Matter of fact, they wanted to be the person that, you know, when you in a relationship, don't nobody want to be the person that get broken up with. Did the Mavericks treat this situation like a relationship? If so, drop hashtag relationship in the comments below. Oh no, hashtag relationship conflict with the emojis below.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Franchise player. And the Jazz, in the middle of the night, traded him to Brooklyn. We didn't even know he was available. And he had like a year and a half or 2 years
Like a thief in the night.
left on his deal. So it wasn't even one of those, he's going to be a free agent. We got to get something for him. And
They better not have been at no Diddy parties. I said they better not have been at no Diddy parties. You know they was in Cali. Got me over here like,
Wait a minute.
And at the time, the Utah Jazz said, look, we're not confident that this guy is going to stay. And if he's not going to stay, we don't want to wait until we lose the leverage. We want to.
matter of fact, go ahead and drop some ones in the comment section. Let me know that audio is still the same, coming through nice and crispy for you. You know what I'm saying? Straight Max crispy in this thing.
Go out there and do the deal that we want to do ahead of time. And so they moved him. This is like that times a million. And so for me, I'm thinking about that part of it. There's that part of it. Is it a Darren Williams thing where it's like, we got to get out ahead of this? Or is this and this is an extreme example again, Zion Williamson thing, right? Think about Zion Williamson after like his second year. If the Pelicans were like, he's great, he's awesome, this is an elite talent, but I don't know. I think we're gonna be stuck in this cycle of him never getting in shape and then playing and getting in shape and then playing great and then getting hurt again and then he's out of shape. And we have to pay him all of this money. And our franchise is stagnant because it all hinges on whether this guy is ever going to take that part of it seriously. If the Pelicans had made the decision in year 2, we would have killed them for trading him. Now we look at it and we look at the crater that is New Orleans. And we're like, yeah, kind of in retrospect, hitching your sales to this guy may have hamstrung you from building something.
All right, family, is he cooking? If he's cooking, hashtag cooking in the comments. Y'all know this is an interactive show. It's made up of the people, the true supporters of fans who bleed the color of their team. Make sure you tap in so you can be back in. Like, comment, subscribe, and share the video.
Shots fired!
I need your help.
Fired! Complete. And I look at Dallas and I'm saying maybe that's part of the equation as well. But either way, there's something there that we're not getting when we just say, oh my God, I can't believe it was just Anthony Davis in one pick.
I mean, do you think the deal gets done if the Mavs demand Bronny?
No deal. No, that's when Rich Paul picks up the phone and calls LeBron. He doesn't call Bronny, by the way. He calls LeBron. I'm gonna call his father.
See you later. I mean, good talking to you.
Wait a minute.
All right. Kanye tweeted about it, by the way. That's how big a deal this was. You guys realize that? Kanye was in the middle of a rant.
Yeah.
And then like midway through, he's like, I don't watch sports, but apparently like Luka just got that's to tell you that this deal was so big, it cut through the sphere of ignorance that surrounds Kanye West.
And that's facts.
You're gonna learn today.
Wait a minute.
I beg your pardon.
Kanye West, and I mean that term in every way.
So we can all agree Kanye should be the bellwether for all of these things and the nation's attention. Thank you. I mean, that is the ultimate arbiter, the ultimate arbiter.
Yes, that his ignorance was pierced by this deal. Look, Myles Garrett ain't moving that needle like that, right?
I had a different Kanye algorithm last night.
Amin Al Hassan was really disrespectful respectful, but also a little bit right when he says, I don't know who Phillups Esparza is, but he sounds like a shortstop. He sounds like a baseball player. That does sound more like a baseball player than a comedian, but he is selling out tour dates across the country. It's currently the At My Leisure tour. He has one of the top comedy podcasts here for about a decade. What's Up, Fool? And he's got 3 specials that are streaming on Netflix and Max, and he's got another one coming out on Netflix, Raging Fool, that streams globally here next month, or next week, actually. So, Phillups, thank you for joining us. He's also a giant sports fan. So, just you wake up this morning, or you wake up yesterday morning. To the news, or at night, you hear that Luka Dončić is a member of your Lakers. And your thoughts were what? And thank you for joining us, by the way.
My thoughts were, who is Luka? The Doc.
Okay, yeah, very good. So you're not that big of a sports fan then. You're
I'm not big of I like the Lakers, but I'm one of those people, man, that like I still root for the Clippers, you know, because they got.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. I beg your.
You're gonna learn today.
You gotta root for your stepson, you know. But I like. My thoughts were, who is Luka Doc?
Okay.
Yep.
Very good. So you're not that big of a sports fan then.
Whistle on the play. Who is Luka Doc? Next caller.
I'm not big of I like the Lakers, but I'm one of those people, man, that like I still root for the Clippers, you know, because you gotta root for your stepson, you know. But I love the Lakers, man, and I don't really know who that person is, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I got bad information.
He's on your team now.
He's on the Lakers. Do you know who Amin Hassan is? Because well, if you don't know who Luka Dončić is, there's no way.
Is Luka, did he come illegally from Ukraine?
No, that's not exactly.
Did he come on a sports visa to stay in this country?
Are you a Dodger fan? Are you not?
Bro, I'm a Dodger fan, bro. I threw out the first pitch. I used to sell popcorn there. I insulted Reggie Jackson one time in Oakland, California by mistake because I was too nervous to.
Hold up. The only popcorn master around this part is me. I be making that hot fire popcorn only on Sundays, though. That's all me, Playboy.
Meet the greatest player of all time. He goes, I shook his hand, and when he squeezed it, the first thing out of my mouth to Reggie Jackson was, when I was a little kid.
Hey, I'm going to let you know this. This is some tea right here. Anytime you shake someone's hand, whether it's a male or female, you want to make sure you go in and put your thumb in that little indentation right here. Because a lot of people, they'll go in and then they'll try to hit that. Hey, yo! I got you. So you won't be able to close your hand. So you got to make sure you give them a nice firm handshake. It say a lot about your character and the way you carry yourself.
You're gonna learn today.
I'm giving you some tea.
And that's facts. My father and I, we saw Bob Wall strike you out in the World Series.
How old were you?
Bro, I was 30, bro.
Bob Walk.
I was 30 when I saw him, when I told him that. When I was a kid when I saw that.
Stugatz, I don't think it was Bob Walk. I think it was Bob Welch. I think he said.
Bob Welch, yeah.
Okay, I heard it as Walk. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Bob Walk, great picture for the Pirates, though.
Thank you. I thought that would be your wheelhouse for sure. Didn't do rotation how many times? Just start there.
Bull Driver, Wild E. Coyote, San Clemente, California.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Your pardon?
Today in the NBA, man. Let's just talk about a couple moves that took place yesterday that we didn't just talk about on the show because they happened after that. Marcus Smart going to the Wizards. Whoever ESPN decided to put that graphic up of Chris Middleton and Marcus Smart
I beg your pardon.
So never take my tardiness as I don't care. I be putting in work.
Going to the Wizards, you need to be suspended for at least 2 days. You was out of pocket.
I mean, the Wizards, no.
The Wizards do not deserve that type of graphic.
I don't think they want to suck, though.
Now, they said they kept him, but they got Marcus Smart, they got Brogdon. They said they want to have consummate professionals in that locker room to help develop their young talent. That's what the goal is more for next year.
Oh, yeah, definitely next year.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, the young talent damn near weak, though.
You sleep on young talent?
Yeah, Jordan Poole, nice.
Yeah, I mean, he proved me. I wouldn't count him.
Yeah, I think he's part of the veteran crew they got. But everybody else damn near.
Trying to figure it out.
I like Bill.
Yeah, he hard. Yeah, Bilal, yeah, he's hard.
That was wild.
What's his name? Bill
Never called him Bill
I'm trying to say his name. That's wild, bro.
Bilal, bro. That's
Bilal.
Bilal's first name.
Like Bilal. I don't know the other part. Shit, we fuck everybody name.
No, but you went crazy with him.
How do y'all feel about the Marcus Smart trade? Drop trade of the year or trade trade of the year, and I'll let you make up the other one. You know, I get the gist of your message.
Totally right. So 520. It's Friday, shit.
Forever, bro. For sure. Yeah, that roster is wicked.
Yeah, I don't like.
I know I like Bud Parrington too as a guard, but I mean they got 85 guards.
They start all the young guys and then bring these old heads off the bench. They gotta be for real.
Yeah,
like, let's just mix them in, bro. Like, let's have a real team. But all this starting to sad kids and working with them, like, mix it in. Let Marcus Smart start at the point. Let Bud come off the bench.
Man,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, league right now to be successful. It's a copycat league. And Hunt probably a little more physical. You know what I mean?
All right, so we got a DeAndre Hunter to the Cavs trade that happened. All right, is y'all feeling that trade? Matter of fact, once we go through all the trades, I need you to hashtag what trade was the best. And then we'll discuss it either on the end of this video, depending on how long the stream go. If we hit 4 hours, it is what it is.
Cam Johnson probably could shoot a little better, but I wouldn't even say that because D Hunt, he damn near 40 from the 3.
Yeah,
but
light 20 or not.
Yeah, he like 20, but I think it was a great trade for the Cavs.
Okay, shout out to the super chat. Keem Chillin said, y'all seen Jimmy Butler said championship coming soon. He is most definitely out of pocket.
Yeah,
that's what he got to say. That's
I watched. They don't got enough.
I
over there.
beg your
I like that
pardon.
though, because that means he about to turn up.
Oh, Jimmy about to hoop.
Yeah, I
love
mean,
that.
I done seen Jimmy turn some shit around. I ain't gonna lie.
I love that.
Well, I got to the T-Wolves, we was ass. And when Jimmy got there, we went to the playoffs. So,
respect.
Nah,
I seen
I
him
fuck
do.
with that.
I mean, I have Steph Curry and Draymond Green, 2 champions, Hall of Famers. He can turn some shit around though.
They can lock in and make some shake for sure.
Yeah. And did they get anybody else?
No, they ain't get
Well,
nobody.
they
They
in
got
trouble.
rid of niggas.
Yeah,
They got under that apron. That's what they was on. Boys are trying to get. They ain't trying to pay that tax fee. Y'all don't owe y'all draft pick next year though.
You take mine.
All right, we're going to skip through this.
Trade
On
was
some picks.
the same, but niggas kept getting
The wings and the big.
So he can score.
Yeah, they wasn't playing no way.
Kevin Porter Jr. has been traded to the Knicks. How y'all feel about that trade? Kevin Porter, dude, KP trade G. So KPTG for it was a good trade, or change the G in that acronym to B if it was a bad trade.
No, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think he can score. But yeah, I mean, that was an easy trade for them. I mean,
That's
like
good
you said,
asset.
Is Kevin Porter Jr. a bucket? I don't know.
Marjan wasn't playing.
Yeah, that
He
wasn't
sitting
like
on the bench anyway. But Kevin Porter, we all know Jake. They didn't pick up his his option.
Hey, anybody know anything about this guy? This J guy traded to the Kings? Part of the Marcus Smart deal?
So I knew they was gonna move on from him. I mean, shit. Hopefully, he
He
can
said
find a
he
way.
knew.
Yeah, he not.
I ain't never through with your. Yeah, what's on to my boy, man? Got AD and Caleb Martin and the Hawks.
Oh, hold up, wait a minute.
They gave up. They gave up
I mean,
two
we got
of their
carriers.
rotation players. Gotta go kill some Summer League.
Who
Unfortunately,
else is sad? That might give him a chance.
All right, so they about to go over to AD.
Need some help. I don't know.
So what's happening to that one?
Pelicans, yeah. Somebody else just picked somebody up on a 10-day. Charlotte just picked.
Oh, Alpha Payne got a 10-day back with Pelicans.
Yeah, so Hood. No, he got it with Charlotte. The Hornets.
It's the Hornets.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, my bad. I thought it was Pelicans.
That's a Hood. Shapiro might be.
That boy about to be swerving in that quarter road.
Keep moving, brother.
I beg your pardon.
Cody Martin.
Yeah, we was trying to figure out what this. I mean, the Hornets was gonna do about a big, so they must have had that in the works to get Nurk.
Yeah, that's a nasty plan.
Yeah, I don't like. I would have kept Mark Williams. I ain't gonna lie. I don't,
Yeah, for sure.
They were just happy to do business with the.
they didn't want to pay Mark Williams where he's gonna be owed. Like he was gonna get a good payday.
And they, like you said, they had injury concerns. What I had a report
Yeah.
yesterday during the TNT broadcast about that.
Yeah, but Nurk, he don't move shit. He ain't- He gonna be out there wilding with LaMelo now.
Yeah,
Shooting side step threes and shit.
Ooh, him and Grant Williams in the same locker room. Annoying.
What's up, man? Have fun. Shit.
Yeah, nerd just.
Hey, Mavs family, do y'all miss Grant Williams?
I beg your pardon.
Do y'all miss Grant Williams?
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Get another bag.
Yeah, man, this shit like making you another payday. Let's go through some of these transactions that's taking place near the trade deadline. Jimmy Butler obviously is a Golden State Warrior. The Lakers got Luka and Mark Williams. The Bucks got Kyle Kuzma. And the Wizards, man, they got Middleton and Smart. The Mavs got AD and Caleb Martin. And the Hawks, man, they ain't get nobody. They gave up. They gave up two of their rotation players.
Karras and Minivan, Jordan Young.
For sure. I ain't mad at Terrence Mann, though.
Terrence Mann.
He just
Bones Highland.
He's an odd man out over there in LA, for sure. With all the wings they got there. Yeah, I don't know what the Hawks going to do, man. We will see.
Lakers is an A.
You gave Lakers.
Lakers A+.
I think the Lakers got an A on their trades, too.
Yeah, the Lakers got an A+.
Warriors.
I give it an A.
The Warriors getting Jimmy A?
Yeah.
I'm going to give it a B.
I'm going to give it a B-.
Yeah.
Give it a B-.
I'm going to give it a B because I feel like you should have got Jimmy and something else.
Wait a minute.
When this trade happened, hey, man, I told y'all I'll be in the lab. I'll be putting in work to bring y'all hot fire. Jimmy Butler gets traded to the Golden State Warriors. Bruh, I'm dead. In the video that I played for y'all, had this scene in there. Talk about reading. It does wonders. I'm talking about the reading.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Today.
You need another piece, but I'm going to give it a B.
I agree. They should have probably did another situation with that as well. But also, they did not have to give up the young talent that we thought they was going to have to give up to get Jimmy. So
that's why I give them the grade.
Yeah,
I don't fuck with
respect.
him, but
I'm going to give it a B. I'm going to say solid because I just feel like they needed one more piece with Jimmy. But
we didn't even mention Dennis.
Yeah. And we talked about it on the show. Wings are what you need in the league right now to be successful. It's a copycat league. Everybody says have Boston got all these wings. Cavs like we got to match up. And they made a good move, man. It was either him or Cam Johnson, I think. That was going to fit that team perfectly, and he did it.
Yeah,
that's raw.
And they got him for a lot cheaper than would have got Cam Johnson for. I think
for sure.
I think that did a little too much. That's for themselves so much.
Yeah, and that's the same. They basically the same player to me. And Hunt probably a little more physical, you know what I mean, than Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson probably could shoot a little better, but I wouldn't even say that because D Hunt, he damn near 40 from the three.
Yeah,
but
like 20 or 9.
Yeah, he like 20, but I think it was a great trade.
And that's facts.
Super chat. Keem Chillin said, y'all seen Jimmy Butler said championship coming soon.
That was for comments, Neo.
That's what he got to say. That's
I watched. They don't got him.
Homegrown.
I like that though, because that means he about to turn up.
Oh, Jimmy about to hoop.
Yeah, I mean, I done seen Jimmy turn some shit around. I ain't gonna lie.
I love that.
Well, I got to the T-Wolves, we was ass. And when Jimmy got there, we went to the playoffs. So,
respect.
Nah, I seen him do. That. I mean, I have Steph Curry and Draymond Green, two champions, Hall of Famers. He can turn some shit around though.
They can lock in and make some shake for sure.
Yeah. And did they get anybody else?
No, they ain't get
nobody.
Well, they got rid of niggas.
Yeah,
they got under that apron. That's what they was on. Boys was trying to get. They ain't trying to pay that tax fee, man. That's really what a lot of these moves is about.
Yeah.
Some teams trying to get better. Everybody else like shit. We ain't winning shit. We ain't about to pay all this money for nothing.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah.
Hey, JR, who's the GOAT? Who's your GOAT? If Luka is not your GOAT, it is what it is. But since you in the spirit, you got to let me know so I can make sure I bring you some hot fire on that player, whether it's an old school legend or a newly found great. Drop it here in the MavsSphere.
You're going to learn today.
We going to learn. All right, let's start this video back up.
Yeah, that roster is a little wicked.
Yeah, I ain't really sold on that roster, but watching them play last night, they had Jimmy Butler. They'd be a decent team.
Yeah,
they'd be okay. They ain't gonna be. They 5,
if
6,
that team
7.
wins championship, gotta have different conversations about Jimmy Butler.
Team, if that team gets to the conference finals, we gotta have a conversation about Jimmy Butler.
But they 5, 6, 7 in the West.
Okay.
I don't know what we're doing. What's the plan? Maybe we're trying to get a draft pick.
Yeah, because I don't. Yeah, look at that roster. If you
gave him
that's Kawhi
for what 7. I said, but then
Dennis went to the Pistons.
Yeah, I was just about to say that's an underrated. Keep him. That's a side. Like that's a quiet, great pickup for the Pistons.
He fits that team perfectly.
Man, a little annoying guard.
Respect.
But
I'm gonna give it a B. I'm gonna say.
As soon as they said annoying, I knew exactly who they were talking about.
They solid because I just feel like they needed one more piece with Jimmy. But
we didn't even mention Dennis. Dennis went to the Pistons.
Yeah, I was just about to say that's an underrated.
Funny ass pick of him going around Twitter.
Bruh, it's crazy the fact that he turned down that $81 million deal with the Lakers and he was still a good athlete. It's just the fact that payday ain't coming back around.
Yeah.
I'm saying that's a side. Like that's a quiet, great pickup for the Pistons.
He fits that team perfectly.
Man, a little annoying guard come off the bench.
And JR, yeah, we could talk about the game. Go ahead, drop your comment as far as 5 things that you want to talk, or at least 5 things that stood out to you that need to be discussed. Everything. We'll cover it.
After K cutting him.
And balls, they can play together because, you know what I'm saying, Cade is a little bit he moves to the 2 of the wing. Dennis is a proven vet. I was wondering what was going, but we got to move on the wings.
He just signed the extension, right?
2 more years, I believe, on that deal, too. But I'm going to tell you right now, if we didn't trade for Kobe White to CJ McConnell, I'm going to be pissed. And shout out to TJ Nash. But Kobe White is...
They're going to have to move on from him because he's a valuable pick, but like I still got Nimhard and all these dogs.
I don't even know who would come play with Tyrese.
A lot of people don't, I mean, shit, like you said, it's an opportunity to come hoop on this team. We pass the ball.
They pass the ball, you don't get a chance. That's the beautiful thing about the Pacers. You're going to get a damn chance.
For sure, man. Stay tuned. Let's go through some games last night, man. Historic game from Bron yesterday. Old man Bron got the dub yesterday over the Warriors. He had 42, 17, and 8. Bron was hooping yesterday. Steph was killing too with 37. Classic duel.
He started off bad.
Started off booty.
That's how good Steph is. That's how good Bron is. They give us classic moments every time they hit the floor together. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, bro, because even after the Christmas Day game, like, everybody was looking forward to this game, and they definitely didn't disappoint, you know, moving around and stuff with the trades.
Basketball is so easy for LeBron. I was just watching. I'm like, this shit like a joke. Like,
he know too much, bro. Know the game in and out.
It was too easy. Like, I seen one time, I look at the small stuff, like just being a coach, and then you just watch people like him. He set a pick and roll and popped. And somebody, they kind of dragged the pick and roll a little bit, and he did a late backdoor cut because naturally your instincts, when somebody, if you guard the pick and roll, and you the point guard and they say switch, your natural instincts is go to the 3-point line. Like, they switch, you automatically don't turn. Thinking the person popped at the 3-point line, he backdoor cut, got the layup, and I don't even know if he got fouled or not, but he just made the layup. And it's just like, damn, he good at basketball. Like,
cerebral.
Like, damn, he knew this dude was gonna run back to the 3-point line. He couldn't backdoor getting his layup. And I was like, shit.
Damn, MJ was low-key cold too. Not this. This crazy, Bron.
Show up, bro. Fuck it, bro. I hope, bro.
LeBron passes MJ, oldest player, to score 40 in a game.
That's what he was on. That was open.
He averaged 20.
He got every right to, because he literally played in them every game.
Yeah, look at his career, bro. George shut up.
Yeah, he played.
LeBron was out here cheating the system.
2 games, a couple games. I mean, a couple years.
1, 2, 3.
More than that, nigga.
Let me find out LeBron gonna have a season where he played 90 games.
I beg your pardon.
I said 90.
I beg your pardon.
You know, Chico get active in the background. Don't mind him.
I beg your pardon.
9 years, he played 82 games.
And that 17 is
And
because he
then
came back late.
I was gonna say he was going to the finals every year except for the first 4, and he was still going deep in the playoffs.
He's a different nigga, bro.
Shout out to MJ, man.
That's why.
Nah, that's why he say what he say, bro.
But that's why he the greatest.
Yeah.
9 years, 82 games. Nigga, just imagine if he would have just played 60. He could have played 4 more years.
Yeah.
At a high level.
You know what I mean? Let me just miss 30 games a year.
And the baseball year fucked him up too. But still bounced back. That's crazy, man. Shout out to Brian, man. Making history as always. Hey, he went crazy yesterday. My boy scored 41. Got the dub over the Rockets yesterday, 127, 114. Yeah, him and Dylan Brooks back and forth. She got wicked for sure. Hey, he had 41, 7 to 6. And man, Dylan Gray was hooping as well with 28, 6 and 5. The gun had 16, 10 and 7.
And finally hit 41 points.
That's very long.
Hey, he made history yesterday. I'm not gonna say like it ain't like he capable. I said that easy, bro.
That's tough, bro.
KG Cole. KG Cole.
KG got MVP up there, didn't he?
Are they trying to give the Luka awards away? They just can't wait. As soon as he goes to the Lakers, now it's all on Anthony Day. I mean, and
He's the top of combat. And he got to West Carolina. We know that he already got there too. But
Yeah,
that
I'm
MVP.
saying he already did what KG did and took him what? How long was KG there? 10 years, 12 years?
Probably a little longer. KG didn't leave till 07, 08.
Yeah, he was in the league in 97, right?
Yeah, it was like 10 years.
Yeah, 10 going on 11 had to be just from the numerical standpoint.
Got to the conference finals once.
KG got drafted in 95, I believe.
Yeah. 12 years.
Yeah,
Well, he
12
went back
years.
at the end. I ain't counting them
He
ones.
played 13 years at Timberwolves, to say.
He went back as a rehab coach.
He was a camp counselor.
Yeah.
So 12 years. He made it to the conference finals once, won an MVP.
This is, I mean,
I
Ant can
think,
do it.
I think
I think Ant might be a lot. But Ant's such a wild nigga. He'll fuck around and leave Minnesota, bro.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm saying. The league's so different.
There we go. Look, we got
They got you on the list.
Minnesota greats.
Ah! They hate me up there, too.
All right, let's look at the list. Let's see who he's surrounded
Is
by.
he better than Kevin Martin?
Luke, hell no. That nigga averaged 20 up there.
Kevin Martin, kid.
Yeah, he's the
They got,
kid.
they got Luke right now next to you.
Malik Beasley over there. I hear that shit. No disrespect to Malik.
Sam Cassell, Stab.
They got Mark Blunt.
Nah, you wasn't better than Latrell Sprewell.
Hell no.
He was better than Fred Hoiberg.
Yes.
Terrell Brandon had a better Minnesota career than you.
Oh, 10 times better.
but they're just talking.
Big,
Where the T at?
Bro, I'd just be like, nah, bro. I
All
ain't-
the white person make that, but that's hilarious.
niggas, fashion.
Hey,
Mike took that shit.
If HGT be a dangerous team, bro.
JT been having a rough month, man. Like, rough couple weeks.
Yeah, the 2025 game out.
Hell,
And they got some mood. 25 piece, man.
All right. Thank y'all for sticking in here this long to get to the review of the Mavericks to the Boston Celtics, or against the Boston Celtics game. We could discuss it. Drop your comments in the chat below. This might be a little bit longer section because I'll be reading the comments. Drop them as we go. What was your expectations? Were you surprised that Klay Thompson went off now that Luka Dončić is traded? Does he have more of a clear head for him to be able to make sound decisions on the basketball court? For him feeling as if he has the green light when he gets it, it's time for him to shoot. Luka wasn't playing, so I don't see that being the problem. Or is he just streaky? Put the hashtag just streaky or Klay time if you think my boy is ready to rock and roll and he just went through a spill. Let's get it.
Did I check the game out?
Hell no, I thought it was going to be a blowout.
I did too, but it was CNT all locked in, man.
I beg your pardon.
Man, where my whistle at? I put the whistle out on these boy. The Dallas Mavs ain't nothing to play with.
Klay was hooping yesterday. Bitch's performance. Kyrie had 19. JB had 25. JT had 17 as well, man. Hey, man, if Klay can do a couple of these games like this in the playoffs, man, they're going to be a dangerous team, bro.
JT been having a rough month, man.
I beg your
A
pardon.
couple. All.
Like rough couple weeks.
Yeah, the 2025 not been this
Yeah,
contest.
yeah.
They need rest, man. I think we all realize that.
JT need a break, man. That USA. Man.
Hold up, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
He need a break from what?
I'm gonna call him, man. We got two going on.
For sure, man. Listen, man, the funny part about this is y'all see the TNT live draft for the All-Star teams?
I was at a game.
I forgot you were busy last night. My apologies. Leading the youth. I'm gonna go through these teams, man. The draft was funny as hell. You can definitely tell that they don't be watching all the games, so that's what makes it funnier. So Team Shaq is LeBron. Oh, we go right there. The teams are crazy. Kenny said, I'm picking all young niggas.
Do y'all want to watch this part, or y'all want to react to this, or y'all want to go to the next video? Drop it in the comment because I want to get to something about the game. Maybe a reaction. Yeah, he was live last night. Let's see. Okay, yeah, he talks about it. Click on my video. All right, while I get this set up for y'all, we'll mix up a little bit. If this is your first time tuning in, welcome back to the one-stop shop for all things basketball. I am your host, Lot, or you can call me Spear. When you in this Spear, we all family, because we all bleed Mavs blue. Whether you're a fan from near or fan from afar, or not a fan of the team at all, bleed blue with me in this space, because everyone's welcome. Opinions, comments, and ideas. And criticism. Hey, yo! Your boy is coachable.
I beg your pardon.
I said I'm coachable.
You're gonna learn today.
If you would just get up and teach. If you would just get up and teach.
Vibe with me, family.
Oh my God! MavsSphere.
If you are at work, I hope this gets you through your day. Feel free to replay this.
If you would just get up and teach them instead of handing them a freaking packet, yo. Just
stop acting like you know the way ahead, like you know the rules.
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bob.
Stop acting like you know the way ahead, like you know the rules. There are no rules, man. We're lost. No.
MavsSphere.
There are no rules, man. We're
Hey, yo, Nico, you got a lot of people feeling like
you're fired.
Nico.
You're fired.
At least for right now. Unless you got the deal on some kicks.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
The Dallas Mavericks will get a big win on the road. So Mark Williams is off the floor. Nice game for Michael Porter Jr.
Okay.
But like, to me, the Celtics are so obviously the Max Christie, fresh from Anthony Edwards. Let's move on to the Dallas Mavericks who get a big win on the road against the Boston Celtics. They pulled away with a small ball group to end the first quarter. Kyrie Irving, Spencer Dinwiddie, Olivia Maxence-Prosper, Max Christie, fresh in from the Lakers, and Najee Marshall. And as I talked about earlier, that can work as long as your shot creators do a good job of consistently scoring one-on-one or starting driving kick sequences with advantage creation. And as long as you have guys finishing plays by finishing those driving kick sequences, and as long as on defense you can contain the ball and you can rebound, you can win playing small ball. And they just played better small ball than the Celtics did in that end of the first quarter.
Man, I saw Kessler Edwards at the 5. I was like,
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
I'm not trying to hear it.
Group.
I beg your
pardon. A couple of bad turnovers, trying to dribble through traffic. He had a post up against Max Christie, right?
I need you to drop in the comments. Do you think Jaylen Brown has God tier handles? Hashtag JB God tier handles or hashtag JB mitten hands? Because that boy be losing that ball like it's a hot
right around like the semi. Max Christie's skinny. He's a guy you can go through. Jalen settled for a tough fadeaway, missed it. But on the other end, Spencer Dinwiddie is attacking the rim. He gets 2 driving layups, shoots a pull-up 3, but it comes after those driving layups when he's in rhythm and he has more separation. Spencer was great in this entire game, but was really good in that stretch.
Was Spencer great? Drop it in the comments. Hey, he started off good.
Starting driving.
Before we get any further, how is Klay? What's up with Klay? Klay will go off for 21 plus points in the first quarter and then score 3 more points for the rest of the 3. I think it's a problem.
I beg your pardon.
You're gonna learn today.
Driving kick sequences too. Big time like dribble penetration and spray out. Sometimes just simple stuff like I've got an ISO on the right wing. We got a player on the left wing. We're in 4-out-1 in spacing, which is pretty typical for driving kick stuff. And the guy who's in the left wing is kind of sitting around the nail. Spencer just takes 2 hard dribbles towards the middle, gets that guy to commit, throws a swing pass to Najee Marshall, pump fake, drive left. Najee Marshall ends up hitting a bucket. Sometimes it can be something simple like that when a team is loading up on you. Your job is just to create the advantage so that the players off of you can finish those plays, right? Kristaps Porzingis on the other end, posting up Najee Marshall, settles for a really tough right shoulder fadeaway that he misses. Tatum comes in, he's being really aggressive towards the rim in that late first quarter stretch, but even he was sloppy. He missed a couple of layups. He had a turnover. The Mavs were just playing better small ball, and they just built a nice little lead. They drove and kicked better. They switched and contained the ball better. They rebounded better. They just did a better job than the Celtics did, even though the talent would lead you to believe that the Celtics should, and this has been a recurring theme for the Celtics. We're going to talk about that in a minute, but Dallas just played better than them tonight. Klay Thompson was fantastic in this game. The Celtics were really
All right. Once this video ends and we go over it, we're gonna do like a little Q&A. So therefore, if you have a question or you want to ask a question for the other audience members, definitely drop it in the chats, and then I'm gonna get my notes because I was writing notes. But don't judge me because my notes are the way I like them.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
They straight to the point. They statements.
Really hesitant to switch with him all night. And this is a acceptable strategy with shooters. Like, you can do the switching thing for off-ball action, but in theory, it's great, but it leads to a lot of mistakes, right? Like, if you switch and the guy passively switches, meaning the guy that's switching on to the shooter just is a step late, he can find some separation and take a jump shot there. Sometimes people completely botch switches. You can get separated and lose that connection body to body, and it can cause problems. But the problem is if you stay attached and you lock and trail, that puts you in the situation where you're vulnerable to drop coverage shots. So if they're not switching and they have their big sitting back and he's coming off of that action, if the guy's in trail position, there's movement jump shots that are open in the gap between the guy that's chasing him and the guy that's sitting back there in that drop coverage.
All right, who do you think is a player that the Dallas Mavericks have to be able to take advantage of those gaps that he's referring to? One player that comes to mind is Najee Marshall. Najee Marshall doesn't mind penetrating into the lane, getting into that space and putting up a nice soft floater. I mean, it got to be soft.
Hey, yo!
It's weird because there are even a lot of sequences in off-ball action that didn't involve bigs where the
Go ahead and drop your player who you think can take advantage of that space. Hashtag space creator and the player's name.
Celtics were hesitant to switch, and they would just have like Derek White stay. Was getting a lot of opportunities against those Boston drop coverage looks. And he's still one of the greatest movement shooters of all time. And he just got hot and he just eviscerated their drop.
How do you think we'll fare against the Boston Celtics once we have AD in the starting lineup? Because from what I'm hearing online and a lot of chats is the fact that the Dallas Mavericks just became unguardable, having Anthony Davis, and we can't forget about Derek Lively. To have them anchoring your defense, man. And not to mention the things that Anthony Davis will be able to bring to the table to enhance Derek Lively's game. And then alongside with PJ, who's going to be the Dallas Mavericks starting two? Drop your comments in the chat below. Type hashtag starting two and their name. And if you are a supporter of any other team, if you are missing a missing link or a player just got traded to your team and you just lost a starter, who is hashtag that player that you're looking for to step up? Type in hashtag get active and their name. All right, let's tap into these. We got some chats. Neo, I appreciate you, my way. Klay gonna get more shots up since Luka gone.
And that's facts.
Yo, no lie. My thoughts on it, yeah. You know, I be making jokes. I'm animated. So I said that Klay Thompson, he put you in the mind of somebody who might use better help. They say everybody need therapy, but that's a lie.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
You just need a support system of like-minded individuals that can help you get from one point of your journey to the next. You don't need therapy. They're trying to make that like a thing. So, and matter of fact, don't ever go to marriage counseling. Because you're going to have another man or woman telling you how to run your relationship. Most likely going to go down from there. But I digress. Y'all ain't come here for that. That's facts. Yeah, he put him in a box. Space creator Spencer. Ooh.
Shots fired.
Ooh. Hey, Neo. Man, I'm starring that one. That's epic right there. Hashtag space creator Spencer. Where the wordplay is legit and you're doing your thing.
And that's facts.
Yeah, it won't let me go down in this last comment. Starting 2 Davis, lively. Ooh. Ooh. But Dio, you gonna F him up with that one. Wait, let me get the drop right. You gonna up with that one.
Their drop coverages all night with little movement jump shots in that gap between the screen defender and the trailing defender. By the time Boston adjusted, they tried switching with the big. They tried rotating off ball with a different perimeter player. It just didn't matter because Klay was in too good of a groove at that point. The 25 in this game, the Mavs led by as much as 27 in this game. Is a really nice win for them on the road. And the Celtics are just so obviously so bored. I was talking about this with a Lakers fan buddy of mine earlier today. But like, to me, the Celtics are so obviously the least motivated team in the NBA this year. And they have such a difference between when they play with force on both ends, when they're defending like crazy, weaponizing their athleticism, and then on the other end of the floor, just attacking, and getting great shots and just picking teams apart, versus their like games where they play with less force.
Is that an excuse?
I beg your pardon.
Did they trade anybody? I mean, let's give some legitimacy to what they're claiming.
And it's like they're just not defending the way that they're capable of, and they're settling for a lot of bad jump shots. And it's been like a lot of both mixed in. It's not even like, oh, here's 10 good games, here's 10 shitty games. It's like they go into Cleveland and put together one of their most complete efforts of the season, and then they come home and lay an egg against a Dallas Mavericks team that doesn't have Luka or Anthony Davis. And a Mavericks team that's spiraled without Luka Dončić this season. And so, like, again, I'm going to say the same thing I've been saying about it with the Celtics all year long. I know that championship upside is in there. I still believe in them. They're still my top tier championship contender. I still have them above the Oklahoma City Thunder. But the problem is they're playing with fire by playing a lot of bad basketball mixed in with good basketball. When you play bad basketball, your habits aren't as sharp as they are when you're consistently playing great basketball. If your habits aren't as sharp, then when you run into adversity in a big playoff game, you don't have the same level of that habitual championship basketball that you can lean back on to help survive those moments. It feels a little bit like the Celtics are leaning on their talent this year instead of their relentless execution, which is how they won the title, in addition to the talent that they had. And so, again, it's not over for them. It's not like they're on a different tier than Oklahoma City or Cleveland. I still view them as the clear championship favorite, but we have to be honest about the fact that they're playing with some fire this year. Lastly tonight, briefly on Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets, an absolute masterclass from Nikola Jokic. Puts up 28 points, 10 rebounds, and 12 assists in just 31 minutes. Did a ton of damage as a pick-and-roll ball handler in tonight's game. He kept running Goga Bitadze through these inverted ball screens all over the floor, a lot on the right wing, a little bit at the top of the key. And one of the things I talk about a lot when it comes to inverted ball screens, and again, for those of you guys who don't understand what that is typically a ball screen is a perimeter player handling and a big player setting the screen. And an inverted ball screen, the big player is handling and you've got a perimeter player setting the screen. And what it does is it reverses defensive roles. They're like, how many pick and rolls have you watched in the NBA this year? And most of them look roughly the same, right? Like the guard's chasing over the top, the big is somewhere waiting on the other end, either up at the level or sitting further back into drop coverage. And all of them look the same, and they have a certain kind of like pattern that these guards have done their entire life.
Yeah, get it out, my boy. We learning today.
You're gonna learn today.
Lives. And a certain pattern that these bigs have done their entire lives. You know how many
A pattern? We talking about like checkerboards, cheetah print?
ball screens NBA centers have
Hey, yo!
playing high school basketball? Do you know how many ball screens guards have defended since they were playing high school basketball? Now flip it. And the big guy is handling a ball handler through screens, and the small guy, who's now in a position to help, is having to help on a massive ball handler when he's never done that before. Not in any sort of substantial context, right? And again, it was so funny to watch Goga Bitadze struggle with this. It comes off of an inverted ball screen from Michael Porter Jr. in the first half along the right wing, and Goga Bitadze goes under. But by the time he actually meets Nikola Jokic, it's only like 5 feet from the rim. Nikola Jokic has like, 30, 40 pounds on him and just has a head of steam and just easily bumps into him, and Goga goes flying back and he just gets an easy layup. Of Jokic running with a head of steam against a player 5 feet from the basket, there's nobody in the league that can stop him there. But like, how do you get Jokic into that situation where he's running with the ball into a static player or a backpedaling player 5 feet from the basket by forcing that player to run through a screen that he has no idea what to do? They had one in the second half, it's top key in the third quarter, where Goga goes to run over the top of the screen and Jokic rejects the screen. And Goga literally had his back turned to Jokic while Jokic was driving past him the other way because he has no idea what he's doing. He's never defended ball.
Did he say go-go? Go-go not going?
Wait a minute.
Hey, go-go, come sit down, my boy.
Screens. He doesn't know how to get that top foot over while keeping his chest square to the defender. He doesn't know that you can't just commit to going over the top of the screen against any good ball handler because so many.
All right, that's enough because, no, we'll listen to this because we might have some Nugget fans in here
As soon as they know you commit to the screen, it's just cross right back over and you're going right to the basket.
because we know ain't nobody really a Orlando Magic fan.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
And if you are, drop it in the comments, man. You got to let me know. You got to rip your city out here.
I beg your pardon.
I say you got to rip it.
Disrespecting me. You disrespect my hood by telling me take off my flag, asking
to the basket. But that's the beauty of the inverted ball screen is it just puts defenders into compromising positions. And in order for it to work, you need to have a big that can both dribble, shoot, and pass. And you're not going to find a big in NBA history that did that stuff better than Nikola Jokic. Brilliant game from him.
Can Anthony Davis dribble? Because he can shoot and we're going to have to do a context analysis on this boy. Hey, on the next stream, we're going to break it down.
Michael Porter Jr. also put up 30. Really some of his best work. Just had every part of his game going. He was doing a ton of work off the dribble in the screening actions, just keeping his dribble alive so that he could get to spots and take advantage of people over pursuing him on screens. Made great reads in his off-screen possessions all night. Need to be.
Hey, let me know if y'all want to listen to his mailbag. Because a lot of people asking us some good questions and it might give us some context on some background story of what's going on with the Mavs. I'm going to double speed it. No, I don't want to double speed it. Because if somebody double speed it on the replay, then it's going to be quadruple speed. I said quadruple. Okay, let me unmute it.
It can go dark for any team in the NBA. But like sometimes these two guys get going, and then these two guys get going, and then these three guys get going. And it's like this guy has 17 when he normally averages 8, and this guy had 23 tonight when he normally or in Finney-Smith for a very simple reason. I would want it to. So I've thought a lot about this. I expect JJ Redick to go with Rui Hachimura. I would personally go. That sort of variety is like totally normal. That is what you expect from those players. They just can't be dependent on, or you're going to be constantly frustrated with what you get out of it. From TK, assuming Luka, Austin Reeves, LeBron, and Mark Williams are the 4 starters, who should be the last starter and why? So I've thought a lot about.
All right, who should be the last starter for the Lakers? You know, now that they got the blessing because they was scrissing with Luka Dončić, now somebody's automatically coming out the starting lineup. Did they even have a complete starting lineup to begin with?
A lot about this.
Matter of fact, let me go ahead and give you my notes from the game. All right, so these are statement notes, and they're animated. So when the game first started, Kyrie was out there stealing cookies. Gafford was collecting rent payments. Dallas was up 12-4 early in the first. I wanted AD to play. Am I surprised or disappointed that he didn't? No. Just in case you didn't know, his name is Street Clothes.
You're gonna learn today.
Yeah, I said Street Clothes.
I beg your pardon.
Gafford got caught slipping in a spin cycle. PJ was missing in action. He had another baby. He better slow down because they're going to think he's trying to start a cult. At the 7-minute mark in the first quarter, is that when the tide changed? Simply put, it didn't. The Dallas Mavericks were able to pull out the win despite not having Luka Dončić or the looming thoughts of what happened to the situation with Luka Dončić. Okay. That's my little, short synopsis. Max Christie, he's been balling out. He's a good defender. They said that when he came over here, he was most likely going to be our best on-ball defender coming in. So that means we got 2 solid wings in Christie. Man, anybody who could say Christie 3 times fast, I mean, you a real one because you're going to end up being like Max Crispy.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
I said it's crispy.
Hey, yo!
I expect JJ Redick to go with Rui Hachimura. I would personally go with Dorian Finney-Smith for a very simple reason. I would want to deploy him against the opponent's best perimeter player. And then I would effectively have Austin Reeves defending as defending the second best perimeter player. Luka's defending your third best perimeter player. LeBron's your low man. Mark Williams is in ball screens, right? So like that to me makes the most sense. If you bring Rui Hachimura in, you're probably going to more of a switching look. And that's just not going to be good because that's going to put Mark Williams on the perimeter a lot. Charlotte almost exclusively used Mark Williams in a deep drop because he sucks at defending on the perimeter. He's not good at defending around the basket either, but at least around the basket, he's going to block some shots. His size can be a problem. He's a very good defensive rebounder, right? So ideally, by putting Mark Williams in that starting lineup, you have to run drop coverage with him. And that means that you have to ball screens, not switch, which means you got to have somebody that's willing to defend on the perimeter and chase over the top of screens. A perfect example is like in tonight's game where Rui Hachimura and Dorian Finney-Smith are both starting. And again, we all know Luka's going in for one of those guys. Who started on Steph? Dorian Finney-Smith, right? Dorian is not ideally suited to be that type of player. I like Dorian better as a switching guy who's kind of all over the floor, not navigating screens as much, but he also can do that, and he certainly can do it a lot better than Rui. So that to me is an easy solution there. You start Rui Hachimura, you start Dorian Finney-Smith. Then also Rui's scoring is going to be of more value on the bench. You can imagine a universe where, you know, Braun and Dorian Finney-Smith come out and Gabe Vincent and Rui Hachimura come in, and Rui has more opportunity to be aggressive with that bench group, right? Let's see. Is it possible for Mark Williams and Jared Vanderbilt to start at the same time and their offense not fall apart? I don't think so.
Hey, yo! And that's facts.
So it's more just, you can make it work, to be clear. There's a certain amount of like rapid cutting and movement on the
I beg your pardon?
Wait a minute.
I beg your pardon?
on the interior where guys can remain a threat even when there's multiple players that can't shoot from the perimeter, but it certainly is a lot more difficult. And I just think Jared Vanderbilt's going to be more anchoring the small ball groups when Mark Williams is off the floor. Do you think the Lakers, this is from JM, and thank you for the donation as well, JM. Do you think the Lakers can win the championship this year now that they have two all-time great matchup hunters in Luka Dončić and LeBron James? This is the thing that makes me so excited about this team. What you saw in that second half is a smaller version of what happens in almost every single NBA playoff game. At a certain point, they're playing against a really good team that's playing desperate basketball, and when shit gets tough, they're going to ratchet things up. They're going to get more physical. They're going to pressure the ball. They're going to be more aggressive in terms of their coverages, and everything's going to get really difficult, and it's going to become an absolute slow-down fist fight. And in that situation, you can't have two better rock fight basketball players on the offensive end of the floor than LeBron James and Luka Dončić. Especially LeBron James that legitimately, again, it's a very small sample size. LeBron James that legitimately, again, it's a very small sample size, but in the last week has been playing at the level that you see the top 5 players in the league play at. And
hey, yo, Nico.
We need to have an entirely different discussion about the potential that this, and in that situation,
hey, yo, Nico, this is what I say to your comment.
Oh my God!
Facts. This is probably the realest thing I've heard out here in these YouTube streets.
I beg your pardon?
I said it's the realest.
And that's facts.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
At this point in his career, and that's a real thing. And a lot of Steph's value at this point comes from just the way he's guarded, which is something I spent a lot of time talking about because he won't have to take as many bad shots. But Steph does have. All right, let's get into our mailbag questions again. We're gonna go for about 10-15 minutes, and then we'll be done. Or you're gonna be constantly frustrated with what you get out of it. From TK, assuming Luka, Austin Reeves, LeBron, and Mark Williams are the 4 starters, who should be the last starter and why? So I've thought a lot about this. I expect JJ Redick to go with Rui Hachimura. I would personally go with Dorian Finney-Smith, right? So ideally, by putting Mark Williams in that starting lineup, you have to run drop coverage with him. And that means that you have to ball screens, not switch, which means you got to have somebody that's willing to defend on the perimeter. And chase
hey, yo!
Perfect. Rui has more opportunity to be aggressive. So it's not ideally.
Wait a minute. He got to be careful talking about them ball screens. I mean, he need one of these.
Hey, yo!
I got you, bro. Continue.
suited to be that type of player. I like Dorian better as a switching guy who's kind of all over the floor, not navigating screens as much, but he also can do that, and he certainly can do it a lot better than Rui. So that to me is an easy solution there. You start Rui Hachimura, you start Dorian Finney-Smith. Then also Rui's scoring is going to be of more value on the bench. You can imagine a universe where, Braun and Dorian Finney-Smith come out and Gabe Vincent and Rui Hachimura come in, and Rui has more opportunity to be aggressive with that bench group, right? Let's see. Is it possible for Mark Williams and Jared Vanderbilt to start at the same time and their offense not fall apart? I don't think so. Do you think the Lakers can win the championship this year now that they have two all-time great matchup hunters in Luka Dončić and LeBron James? This is the thing that makes me so excited.
Bruh, I'm dead.
What you saw in that second half is a smaller version of what happens in almost every single NBA playoff game. At a certain point, you're playing against a really good team that's playing desperate basketball, and when shit gets tough, they're going to ratchet things up. They're going to get more physical. They're going to pressure the ball. They're going to be more aggressive in terms of their coverages, and everything's going to get really difficult, and it's going to become an absolute slowdown.
Yeah, look, the fact that Luka Dončić is with one of the best game managers currently still in the league, man, it's bittersweet for Dallas Mavs fans because we get to see him accomplish great things or more great things, but it's just not in the Mavs uniform.
Slow down fist fight. And in that situation, you can't have two better rock fight basketball players on the offensive end of the floor than LeBron James and Luka Dončić. Especially LeBron James that legitimately, again, it's a very small sample size, but in the last week has been playing at the level that you see the top 5 players in the league play at. And I mean, if LeBron can maintain that, we need to have an entirely different discussion about the potential that this team has. After acquiring DeAndre Hunter, have the Cavs leapfrogged the Celtics for the best 5-man lineup? Who should be considered the favorite in that conference? Love the videos. I have not had the Cavs leapfrog Boston after that trade. I do think it's a smart move from them in that it avoided getting rid of any of their most valuable assets. The players they traded out are a little bit redundant. For instance, Karis LeVert is redundant with Ty Jerome. Now that Ty Jerome has kind of come to the surface as one of the best backup guards.
Karis LeVert? I thought he was cold.
In the league. Karis has got some defensive talent and does a lot of things well, but he's a little bit more redundant. And Georges Niang, DeAndre Hunter is just a much better player than him. So it's a talent add. DeAndre Hunter, one of the big things I talked about in our trade deadline reaction today is like he's just got scoring chops. And a lot of times in the playoffs, when things really bog down, it's about the guy that can take that skip pass from Donovan Mitchell, but he's got an A+ athlete closing out at him, and he needs to score there, like create a bucket for himself. And DeAndre Hunter's been one of the better pull-up jump shooters in the league this year. He's got the ability to put the ball on the floor and make plays for himself. I like that he gives you more physicality and size on the perimeter, which is obviously important for a Boston team that constantly is looking to attack mismatches. All of that is great, but I still think that Boston, as you guys saw when they went into Cleveland the other night, and as we've seen throughout this entire season, they just have this level they can get to when they really tighten the screws on defense, and the Jays just get super physically aggressive on offense where it's just tough to deal with their talent. And again, I think we have to be honest about the fact that Boston is just completely past this regular season process at this point. They are a April, May, June type of team. And so I think that there's some real difference in just what we can expect from those teams in the regular season. Now, as far as do they have a chance? Of course they do. They have a 5-game lead in the standings. So as long as they play mostly as good as they've been playing to start the year, they're going to be the #1 overall seed, which means when we get to late May, game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals is going to be in Cleveland. You ride a raucous crowd to a 2-0 series lead, you got a really good chance to win that series. So, like, of course they can win. I don't think Boston is like the head and shoulders favorite to win the conference.
But they the head and shoulders, them and the Cavs, to make it to the finals? Are we putting the cart a little bit before the horse? Once you step in that playoff arena, anybody can get it straight up.
Shots fired! Shots fired! The conference, I just think they're the favorite. And I think that their talent is a little underrated at this point because they're dealing with some regular season malaise. Let's see. Who was carried more, Rob Pelinka by Nico or Ringo Starr by Paul John George? I did this segment for...
Hey, did the Mavericks get fleeced? That's basically what they asked. Did Rob Pelinka fleece the Mavericks? Hashtag the greatest fleece of NBA history. I know it's a little bit long. Use your text to speak.
I beg your pardon.
The text to speak. You know what I'm talking about.
Shots fired! Shots fired! Diversity, and I did the whole thing on Rob Pelinka, and Paul, our producer, texted me right after, and he's like, "You should have just made Nico Harrison the star of that segment." Oh man! All right, let's see. Last time the Celtics won the title.
Don't start a business. Buy an existing business. You don't have to be a rich investor with bags.
I'd like to take this chance to apologize.
All right, family, just vibe out with me for a hot second. We done been streaming 2 hours and 49 minutes, 15 seconds. I say I gotta let the pipes refresh.
I beg your pardon.
You know the pipes.
Hey, yo!
Wait a minute.
So enjoy this tune. I'll be right back. Probably about a minute, maybe less. While we taking this break, make sure you drop your comments in the chat below. We'll talk about them. And I appreciate you. And I mean that.
And that's facts.
MavsSphere.
Game this game, Lil bro.
I ain't worried about him at all.
We are gonna be in your face. We are gonna be on.
Is this the dagger?
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky.
MavsSphere. MavsSphere. MavsSphere.
All right, people, we are back. And I appreciate you for indulging me on that little time. But let's get back into the video.
What do you think is the biggest question mark for the Lakers going forward? Whether or not they can put together a reasonable defense with Mark Williams at center, which is going to come down to whether or not they can find a defensive scheme that kind of works with that group. And they're going to have to find lineup construction that pairs somebody that can chase over the top of screens with Mark so they can keep him in a deep drop. And then coaching is going to play a big role. They've got to somehow pretty quickly develop Mark into a useful defensive player, and that's going to be tough. Let's see. What's going on with the Trailblazers? They're on fire. Young players finally taking the next step. Playing really good defense. Monty Kamara has been one of the most impressive young defensive athletes that we've seen in the league this year. They're getting good shot creation.
All right, we're going to stop this one here. We're going to go to the next video.
Stomping somebody out.
I've been watching battle raps lately, Ron.
Oh, which battle raps have you been watching?
The battle rapper that I absolutely fell in love with is
I beg your pardon.
Oh, Solo.
He cold.
He's amazing.
That might be the only person you can't
Wait a minute.
I've done events where he's been at where he's like, one N-word bring two N-word, two N-word bring four. The Sixers, and then I left the city with Pat Bev on different teams. Like the last 2 weeks during the Super Bowl, you wound up being traded. And so, how does it feel knowing that you can't get traded this week? Is there a little bit of peace of mind in the
Flag gonna play these boys is at the level they is, and they ain't got no timestamps? Let me find out.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
All right, let's mosey through this.
Thinking about going solo.
Go ahead and drop your comments in the chat. Expectations. You know, Pat Bev be already talking wild. Let's see what he got.
I'm there before anyone's there. I work out. Just when I want to be the first guy at work. I leave there, I go to one of those nice lakes, make a little pallet on the grass. I'm chilling out, looking at the sun, people running by, Pat Bell. I get a call from my agent like, hey bro, things are about to shake up. What the fuck you mean shake up? What's going on? I think you're about to get traded, bro. While I'm on the phone with him, I get Minnesota area code pop up. What the fuck?
Play with LeBron James in Los Angeles, Anthony Davis. And then Jordan Hood-Schifino's involved with it. And then Maxi Kleber's going to LA. And then another.
This trade, because it was 2 superstars.
A lot of the time when it's one superstar and a bunch of.
Me and my teammates, okay, I'm talking to. What the fuck? Yeah, so.
They fucked up the picnic?
A good picnic. You got to think I'm there for like 3 days. I'm taking care of business. I'm working out. I'm about to talk to this guy about buying a house there. Okay, cool. Crossing my T's, dotting my I's. I showed up the first day of summer. Next thing you know, 2 days later, I'm in my fucking Utah, bro.
It's crazy the human toll that it takes on everybody. And I think that's the perfect way to pivot into the biggest trade, I think, in NBA history.
Wow.
Okay, here we go.
What's a bigger trade? What's a bigger trade than that in NBA history? It doesn't exist. There might be bigger transactions, like LeBron going to the Heat.
Yeah, the LeBron trade, the Kawhi trade, the Paul George trade. You're right.
Was there a trade that was bigger than what the Dallas Mavericks did to Luka Dončić? And yeah, I said did to him.
Hey, yo!
I beg your.
This trade, because it was 2 superstars.
A lot of the time when it's one superstar and a bunch of draft picks, or like you cobble together a bunch of players to try to equal the weight of another superstar.
What was the trade, bro? Tell the people the trade.
So it was Maxi Kleber, a first-round pick, and Luka Dončić. Oh, no. It was basically Luka Dončić for Anthony Davis. And then Jordan Hood-Schifino's involved with it. And then Maxi Kleber's going to LA. And then another first-round pick. Max Christie's going to Dallas. And then there's another first-round pick that's going to Dallas. And then 2 first-round picks, or 2 second-round picks going to the Jazz, basically. But the meat and potatoes of the trade are Luka for AD, which is absolutely ridiculous. And you were just saying that you were looking at buying a house. Luka, they said, had just closed on a house in Dallas. Luka Dončić. $15 million for a house. He's 25 years old. He is the face of Dallas. He is set up to get a $350 million.
Yeah, Luka had to get a new house because the robbers knew where he used to live. For those of you who do not know, Luka Dončić had got his house breaking into during an away game. And was he even playing?
Wait a minute.
I said, was he playing?
Shots fired! Shots fired!
$1 supermax contract. He's paying taxes in Texas.
It was a supermax house fortress, probably. That's why he's so upset.
And then he goes to a California situation where he's going to be making $100 million less, and they're going to be taking twice as much in taxes. His financial situation is materially changed for the worse. He's going to go play with LeBron James in Los Angeles, and it's explosive throughout the entire NBA. I was laying in my bed about to go, a low-key Saturday night, just scrolling the phone, maybe some Netflix on the TV. I fucking jumped up. I could not believe what I was seeing because I thought that it was a mistake. Those names don't pop up on your apps. They don't pop up on the ESPN app. You don't get the trade notification about Luka Dončić. It's never supposed to happen until 12 years from now.
Where were you at when the news broke? What were you doing? Let me know. Drop it in the comments. I know the emotions run thick.
Hey, yo!
I got to make sure I keep that on standby.
Years from now, when he's 37 years old and they're moving him around like Shaq or something like that. But for some reason, 2 guys who are all NBA level players are getting traded for one another. There's a million reasons for it. There's a million things that bubble up. When you first see this trade, what's the first thing that stands out to you, Pepev?
First see the trade, go to the app. Is it real? Right.
It is real. Tel Aviv.
Right. It's like, is it real? Because you have some of these profiles, NBA Central, not Central, who become the fake stuff. But when I first see it, okay, cool, is it real? Okay, damn, this shit is real. What else is in it? And then I look and I'm like, shout out to fucking Rob Pelinka and Jeannie Buss. We spoke to Mark Cuban a couple summers ago, and he talked about is it people that he liked to do deals with when it comes to trades that he absolutely fleeced. Dallas got fleeced.
Okay, tell me why.
This is no disrespect to Anthony Davis.
Shots fired! Shots
No
fired!
disrespect to Max Christie. No disrespect to Nico and Jason Kidd and anyone from the Dallas Mavericks organization or ownership. But you just don't trade a player like Luka with. That's facts. You talking about
this game, you're not ready for it.
You right. I wasn't ready for the ad either.
And that's facts.
I wasn't ready for the ad.
Last year, the best player in the playoffs. The best player in the NBA. Oh, the last 4 or 5 years, he's probably been the best player in the NBA consistently every single year. Like, you don't trade that away.
And the reasoning sounds so feeble from them. They're saying like, oh, he weighed 270 pounds or something like that. 270. What the fuck are they talking about? First off, he doesn't.
Before we get into this, Neo, I see you. Now, who I think is going to be, I think it's going to be Kyrie, Martin, who we picked up from Philadelphia. And then you'll have PJ at the 3, Anthony Davis at the 4, and then Gafford at the 5. Oh, this is the second rotation right here. Let me get it up. You got Spencer, Chrissy. Well, I can't say that boy name to save my life.
I beg your.
I say I can't say his name.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
So we got Spencer, Mr. Crispy, Gafford, Najee, Martin. That's a nice lineup. All right, let's get back to the video.
He doesn't look that overweight. And second of all, he's still hooping. When it's time to play, he's still hooping.
It's funny. It's funny to me. Every time you leave from a team wrong, it's all about the bad stuff. All of a sudden, like you never hear about this, right? Throughout the season, you never hear about this when he's shooting that bitch from half court or hitting motherfuckers with logo threes and telling, yelling at the ref. Like you never hear about any of the negativity about a player. But as soon as they're traded, it's like you instantly hear about all the bad stuff.
It's because Dallas is trying to justify it. They're like, oh, well, this is actually why we did it.
He's 6'8".
They were not expecting the fans to react the way they did. Did they think we had no attachment just because the new owners just matter of fact? Consensus is management, the owners, they thought the Dallas Mavericks were just a team. They didn't realize the amount of people who named their pets Luka or their son. The Dallas Mavericks dropped the ball on this one, all because of the casino. Yeah, you're not getting it in Texas, unfortunately, due to the Texas state constitution.
And that's facts.
But I digress. Let's get it.
Hey, what do you want him to be? That's like telling Jokic, we want you to be 210 pounds. Like, well, not what? Like, no. Like, his body frame is his body frame, and it works for him.
And he doesn't look fat. He doesn't look sloppy. Like, he might have a bad body, but, like, he doesn't look like... That just means that he could, like, his body fat percentage. Right.
Does it affect your basketball game? Right.
It's not like he's sucking wind in overtime.
When it comes to the playoffs, does he miss time? I don't remember him missing time in the playoffs.
I remember him elevating his game in the playoffs. I remember him taking over games in the playoffs. I remember him single-handedly beating teams in the tough-ass Western Conference and making it hard on the Boston Celtics with, like, an inferior roster than the Boston Celtics.
Getting double team, getting triple team.
By all NBA defensive guys.
Best defender on you, trapping your pick and roll, help everywhere, different defensive schemes, and they're making you play 40 minutes a game.
Yeah, I don't understand. But I mean, if you're a Lakers fan, you don't care about any of that shit. That's all propaganda. If you're a Lakers fan, you know that you just got Luka.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
You know that you just got a guy who, for the next 10 years, is going to be the face of the Lakers. They just somehow were able to re-up. The Lakers are somehow able to go from Kareem to Magic to Shaq to Kobe to LeBron with almost no gaps in between. Like, very few gap years between superstar to superstar, and now they've landed another one in Luka Dončić. I guess tubby Luka Dončić. It doesn't matter. If you like basketball, you like watching him, and you can smell that all that other stuff is absolute bullshit.
Yeah, for sure. And like we talked about this, I don't know if this is our last pod or the pod before, that the Lakers were always an organization that had the best players in the NBA on their team. Not the top 20 best players, not the top 25 best players, the top 10 best players on one team. And they have that now. That's the recipe. But in Dallas defense, I'm looking at that situation like, okay, I see where they're going. They're going on size, right? They're going length. The last team to do this and had success, we're doing this.
Y'all bear with me about a Video acting
was the
up.
Minnesota Timberwolves. They had Rudy Gobert. They had the Naz Reid. They had Karl Anthony Towns, right? You got Gafford. You got Derek Lively. Now you have Anthony Davis, right? You think about a team that's coming out the West, that's been coming out the West every year, it's been Denver. So I think from a positional standpoint in the playoffs, right, how do we get past Denver if we do meet Denver? I think that's a perfect team to match up against Denver now. Size, length, 3 centers. I think Dallas went that approach when they talked about trying to win now.
I don't think that this is an F for Dallas. A lot of people are grading this trade and they're saying F for Dallas. I think that in some ways Dallas has, especially with Klay and with Kyrie, like this is perfect for Kyrie. And people forget about Kyrie. It's like Kyrie is fucking incredible. He's not backsliding with any of his skills.
We don't forget about Klay. We just
a pardon.
We need that boy to show up to work. That boy be acting like he be leaving his shot in California. It's California love.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
And it's almost like if you want to look at who has the ball, like if it's ball dominance, you're going to see Kyrie's usage go up a little bit because if Kyrie's playing with Luka, he almost has to cede to Luka. It's like, okay, initiate Luka. You have to initiate a certain amount of times. And then you have Kyrie playing off ball. And then like, while Kyrie is a good shooter, you're wasting his talent if you're making him a spot-up guy. You know, his handle is one of his best assets. So if you have the ball in his hands every single time, if you have a guy like AD who obviously has a great skill set and plays incredible defense, they've got...
Do you feel the Dallas Mavericks can make some legitimate pushes forward with the fact that the ball will be in Kyrie Irving's hands instead of Luka? I know it's been so many times we've mentioned in the past that when it comes to the fourth quarter, just give Kyrie the ball and let Luka rest. Now we don't even have to let anybody rest. Everybody will be on the court giving their all. We don't have to worry about effort being a problem or somebody being upset because their number got called to come out the game.
They've got better defensively.
Yeah.
Rim protector wise, like the ceiling is raised a little bit. And they made the finals last year. Obviously, they don't have Luka.
At the 4 now.
Yes, and he likes to be at the 4. We talked about that with the Lakers. He would have been better suited if he was playing a 4 with the Lakers. And so from everybody's kind of shitting on Dallas. This weirdly doesn't make Dallas that much worse. And the fit is almost better, even if the level of talent is a little bit worse.
I think they're not a good during the season team. I think they're a problem in the playoffs.
They're a terror in the playoffs.
A problem. They can defensive rebound it. They can offensive rebound it. They can defend it. They can switch it. They can switch it with length. Right? You still got Klay. You got Kyrie. You got Gafford. You got AD now. Right? You put a 3-and-D guy in the middle of that. Like, it's not bad. You got Max Christie coming off the bench. You got those young guys from Dallas off the bench. Maybe you go find backup guard or something like that. You know, some toughness at the guard position, but that's not hard to find nowadays. I like what Dallas has. And you got Jay Kidd. You have Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd, he gonna make it work. He had Anthony Davis the year they won a championship with the Lakers, so he's familiar with them. And he had Anthony Davis with the Lakers while they had a 5. Dwight Howard, JaVale McGee, Markieff Morris also. So
that's when they won the championship. AD was playing the 4. Nico, were you cooking?
This was me struggling.
Luka Dončić and Anthony Davis, for some people, it's not even. It's Luka Dončić is up here and Anthony Davis is under him when it comes to production and talent in the NBA. I don't see how, but that's just how people look at it.
I think it's timelines too, though, because Luka is 25. And so it's like, if you're a Dallas Mavericks fan, you've bought the Luka jersey in 5 different colorways because you're expecting him to be on the Dallas Mavericks for the next 10 years. You know, he's Dirk for a Dallas Mavericks fan. You want...
Hey, that's facts. It's a lot of people that has to lay some jerseys to rest. But like I said in the past videos, if you ever
be there for...
If you ever get a jersey, the only jersey you need to wear is one with your last name on it. That way you'll be a true fan of the team that you're getting, because your last name won't ever have to change, or the jersey won't have to change unless you choose to. It ain't nothing you'll be forced to do.
Forever. You know, it was... It
would caskets to the arena.
I saw, dude.
Blue caskets. A kid got it overnight. I say, man, Dallas is incredible.
Dallas is incredible. And I feel bad for them because they wanted to buy in, but it does feel a little bit funny the way that it went down. Luka didn't know, AD didn't know, LeBron didn't know, Mark Cuban didn't know, Jay Kidd didn't know. This is something that happened in the dead of night, literally, where there were no other bids from other teams. And while they could have maybe gotten a better package for Luka as far as draft picks.
Danny Ainge didn't know from Utah.
And he was in on the trade.
He was in on the trade. What the fuck happened? Who traded who? Yeah, he didn't know.
Yeah. So do you think that there was something like funny going on? Do you think that they should have had to listen to offers from other teams, or do you think that it's just fine how it went down?
I think that you have no control how it goes down, right? I think once you get to telling people that kind of, this person finds out, oh man, see, this person tells this person, it gets out a little bit. See if they can offer this, see if they can add that, see if you can put that in. I think if you do it quietly between, two GMs or however they do it, I think you can get it done quicker, faster, seamless that way.
You plotting on me?
Teams that have like 1,000 first-round picks.
Look what they traded Chris Paul for an art trade. They traded Chris Paul for like me, Lou Will, picks. Who was it?
I mean, look at the Paul George trade. Look at the Rudy Gobert trade. These are all like 5 first-rounder trades.
Well, they scratched Pat Bev up so much he don't even remember what happened. I said he don't remember.
Talking about 5 15-year-olds.
And the Lakers.
Hey yo, that's a strange place to come back into the video at.
Didn't even really give up. They had to give up about 1 15-year-old, which is, I guess, good for them. So this is my question. If these two teams meet in the playoffs, which if the basketball gods have any respect for us, they will give us this year. Who wins in a playoff series between these two teams?
Before he answers, drop your comments in the below. Who do you think will win? Dallas Mavericks, the newly formed Dallas Mavericks versus the newly formed Los Angeles Lakers. Man, it's a tough one to think about, but make sure you drop them comments because I'm pretty sure you got some hot tea.
And that's facts.
And I mean that. So don't hold them comments. Get active.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
You in the place and the home of where we scratch boys up.
If you would just.
And I mean that. Dramatic pause.
I personally can never go against any team LeBron is on. And then if Luka Dončić wasn't on the Lakers, I would also say the same thing about Luka Dončić. Right?
Right.
But looking at basketball and looking at teams that's in the playoffs, when Kyrie's in the playoffs, he's hard to beat. He's always hard.
In multiple spots, too.
When Anthony Davis is in the playoffs, he's hard to beat. When Klay Thompson is in the playoffs, he literally is the hardest to beat. People forget about him. He got the most motherfucking championships.
I think that both of these teams have work to do as far as roster construction because
I think the Lakers need to add another 5, a rim protector. They
apparently it's some secret or some well-kept rumors that the Lakers are interested in getting Miles Turner. And let's read this comment. Let me set the vibe. As a Nike rep, Nico is going to the bank off shoe sales now that Luka is a Laker. That's a conspiracy theory. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's reality. And forgive me for reading that comment wrong. Just remember, your boy is partly legally blind.
I beg your pardon.
I said I'm legally blind.
And that's facts.
They went out in public. They said that they want to add another 5.
Yeah, Jackson Hayes is there like 5 right now.
He
like,
ain't gonna cut.
It's not enough.
Not enough. He ain't gonna cut. I like him with Luka though. A rolling 5, he can catch lives. I like him. But as your starting 5 man, and at the 4 now, again, what gave Minnesota a good chance against Denver is that Naz Reid, Rudy, Cat. Now you got Lively, Gafford, AD. Like those are obviously 3 different bigs, but like those bigs from Dallas, them some bigs. Them motherfuckers are huge.
Any team would want those guys. Obviously AD, but any team is in the market for centers like that.
They're all starting big men, starting 5 big men on any other team.
Right. And so the fact you can have 2 of them at any time, dangerous. Now they're a little bit short in the wings, but I think that maybe that's like a bet that you're making as far as the construction of their roster. Here's one player that I think that this hurts that nobody's talking about. I think that this hurts Austin Reeves.
No.
Why not?
I think it helps.
Okay, why?
Because I think you can hide him now. And when I mean hide him, I think you can kind of like look at the box score. LeBron had 23, Luka had 30.
I beg you.
AR had 17. I didn't even see that. AR don't need the ball. He can play off the catch. He can shoot the spot. He's a smart basketball player. He can play the pick and roll if needed.
This is a question to all of Laker Nation. What's y'all take on Austin Reeves? I heard that the Lakers want to get off that contract, and anybody that's willing to take him, they'll send them to him. But not the Dallas Mavericks, because We done getting fleeced this trade deadline.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
He just got good basketball players around him. That's going to make him better. I don't think that hurts him at all. I think it actually helps him.
It's crazy.
Wix, one platform, any.
If you would just get up and teach them instead of handing them a freaking packet, yo.
He don't know what he's doing. What is Rob Pelinka doing?
Let's get this video right to the right spot for y'all. They're talking about the PG trade. It's probably about right here.
For Dallas to win.
It's explosive.
They can put Norman Powell. They can hide him now. And when I mean hide him, I think you can kind of like look at the box score. LeBron had 23. Luka had 30. Damn, AR had 17. I didn't even see that. AR don't need the ball. He can play off the catch.
The fact that you're referring to him as AR is crazy to me. I ain't heard that boy make a lot of shots.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
He's a smart basketball player. He can play the pick and roll if needed. Like, he just got good basketball players around him. That's going to make him better. I don't think that hurts him at all. I think it actually helps him.
It's great.
The Lakers have a problem.
That's big too.
If the Clippers match up with the Lakers in the playoffs, this is a problem.
Because Kawhi is on Luka, and then who's on Bron?
Boy, hey, we no longer have to deal with the Clipper tower. The road to the playoffs with Luka Dončić. Man. And Kawhi Leonard's back.
Just not just Kawhi and Luka, just the Clippers have a lot of defenders. They can put 4 or 5 people on Luka. Different. They can put James Harden on Luka. They can put Norman Powell. They can put Terrence Mann. They can put Derrick Jones. They can put Chris Dunn. They can put Kawhi. They can put Zubac.
I forgot DJJ was over there.
You know, they got 7 motherfuckers that they can put on Luka. And any one of those players can guard LeBron also. And I'm not saying guard him as in stop him, but make it hard for him.
Yeah,
that's the dark horse people should be.
I don't think they could just guard LeBron like that. They're going to need help.
Worried about the Clippers.
There's holes. Like, this has left holes in both of these teams. I think there's holes on the wing for Dallas too.
Yeah.
But where, I mean, and like, I guess you're saying like a point guard with toughness, that kind of thing will be helpful for them to add. And maybe you can't find that anywhere. And, you know, maybe that's tough. But I think Dallas thinks that they're in the running for a ring this year.
I'll say this: both of the teams are, and you never want to say this, but this does happen in the NBA. Both teams are injury away from knocking out the first round. Also, the depth of the teams, like, you feel me? Like, okay, cool. Luka, something wrong with his calf. Kyrie will hold it down, right? Luka, something wrong with his calf with the Lakers. It's going to be tough for the Lakers to win.
Right, Bronny, step up, brother. We need those G League numbers.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be tough for the Lakers to win. You know what I'm saying? AD goes out, God forbid. Like, obviously, you can't control injuries, but just the past history of these players, AD goes out. It's going to be tough for Dallas to win.
It's explosive, you know. But I do think it's good for basketball. I think it's good for the league. It's good for the discourse. It's good for, you know, basketball. Twitter is a buzz. Everybody has something to say about it. And
drop your comments below. How do you feel social media is reacting to all this info? It's just a lot to bear, especially if you're a Dallas Maverick or a Luka fan. And make sure you tap in to the Luka Show, brought to you by TGK. We all making transitions.
I mean, I'm not a Lakers hater. I'm a fan of greatness. The fact that the Lakers have somehow extended their timeline again, they've kind of reset their timeline, I think is good for basketball.
Great. We both agree with that.
Guys, basketball season is here, and we can't wait.
All right, so let's tap in here. All right, so look at X, see what's going on. This is what being a Dallas Maverick fan was. Boy, Daniel Gafford was collecting rent in the first quarter. Kyrie was tilling them cookies.
I beg your pardon.
I'm talking about the cookies.
And keep it as another game, but you know, it's more of a motivation factor for me than anything now.
The Mavericks need to hire me to do the sounds for their videos. I know they're trying to do this classical music, but it's no good.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
So we just mute it out.
I don't need help. I don't need help.
If you would just get up and teach them instead of... If you would just get up and teach...
Stop acting like you know the way ahead, like you know the rules. There are no rules, man. We're lost.
No.
That's what you got to have overlaying on something like this, that hot fire.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
And that's facts.
All right. Let's see, man. What is people talking about? Let's check the comments. Any updated information? I appreciate y'all for bearing with me in the stream. TGK active out here, man. The Dallas Mavericks need to upgrade they content posting. Bruh. No substance. All right, let's go to the latest.
To trade Luka. Look, man, I'm not an expert when it comes to basketball, but I can tell you Islamically what are the requirements. First,
oh, my boy about to break it down. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
both individuals need to be of age, they need to be sane, they need to be...
Are we talking about basketball here?
I beg your pardon.
willing fully on their own accord. They can't be forced. They need to know exactly what they're trading, yeah, and what they're trading has to have value. So if all those conditions are met, yeah, by Rob and Nico, those two dudes, those GMs, then it's a halal trade. So you guys tell me if it's halal or not. And remember, just because it's halal doesn't mean it was a good trade. May Allah help you, Dallas fans.
Did that help? Or did it was like he was speaking a different language?
I beg your pardon.
I'm just trying to understand. All right, so Anthony Davis introductory press conference with the Dallas Mavericks. Let's check this out. When was it posted? 27 seconds ago.
Sir, that one is...
Girl, you better calm down. This ain't that kind of channel. She out here trying to get active, y'all.
After that big trade.
Oh, so it's live. All right, so we got some live tea, y'all.
More than
make sure you
once.
like, subscribe,
In fact,
tap
about
in so you can be
5
back in.
times. And so again, we want to be able to bring you that picture.
She ain't talking about nothing. Welcome to the one-stop shop for all things basketball. Make sure you like, subscribe, and hit that share button. We got a website too, MavsSphere.com. Make sure you go to the website, send a message, and then you'll enter to win the first exclusive MavsSphere merch. I know y'all been seeing them designs. They hot fire. Okay, let's see what she's talking about.
Menu bar, and you'll be able to find some of our great content, great stories about Luka Dončić, his impact here, and our celebration as we send him off to Los Angeles. So again, just a few moments here as we wait to hear from Anthony Davis. I anticipate that we're also going to be able to hear from Nico Harrison potentially about this trade. And we haven't seen Anthony Davis yet. Now, he's traveled with the team already to Boston. We saw him there when the Mavs got that big win and kind of that rematch of last year's finals.
Hey, Anthony Davis' nickname is Street Clothes, fam.
I beg your pardon.
I said his name is Street Clothes. So don't be surprised if he don't be playing a lot.
We're going to get the opportunity, if y'all want to give me a little bit of direction on
What you need directions for? You already where you supposed to be.
where we're headed. And if this press conference is about to start, again, that was slated for 1 p.m. Getting some instructions here. We're going to
Let me find out she don't know how to sit in silence. You got to be able to play your position.
You're gonna learn today.
You got to play your position.
go ahead and take this shot for you live.
Hey, them curls on fleek, though.
So we can show you the press conference room. Of course, we have a crew there. Over the weekend was a bit of a shock, not only for Mavs fans.
Boom, pow.
If you would just get up and teach them instead of
All right, while we are waiting for the press conference to start, your boy is going to mix up some tracks for y'all. Let me know what you think. Welcome to the MavsSphere, the one-stop shop for all things basketball, from the Mavericks land to Laker Nation and every court in between. You find yourself here in the MavsSphere. Shout out.
if you would just get up and teach them instead of handing them a freaking packet, yo. There's kids in here who don't learn like that. They need to learn face to face.
And for all the fans who feel slighted by Nico,
We are going to be in your face. We are going to be on your asses. And we are going to make sure you understand.
Is this the dagger?
You're fired.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that on us.
Stop acting like you know the way ahead, like you know the rules. There are no rules, man. We're lost.
No.
Sorry, we're running just a little bit late, but we're ready to get started. Thanks to everybody here today for coming out for the press conference to introduce Caleb Martin, Max Christie, and Anthony Davis. And thanks to everyone who is watching on the Mavs YouTube channel, on Mavs TV, Mavs.com, and all over the world. We really appreciate it. It's important whenever you acquire new players to give fans a chance to meet those individuals. And we're going to do a little bit of that today. I'm going to introduce these guys here in just a second, and then we'll give everyone here a chance to ask questions. The comms team will take over at that point, and then at the end, we'll do a photo op with everybody holding up their jerseys and smiling really big for the camera. So that's our plan for today. So without further ado, let's get started. One thing that I've learned in 26 years of doing play-by-play for the Mavs is that players are not the type to talk about their own accolades and their own accomplishments, but that's something that I'm...
while he's talking, I'm not going to lie. I need somebody to find the clip or get the clip of when he said, when the dog guards the yard, you give him a bone. I need that drop to add to the show.
And after transferring to Nevada was the Mountain West Conference.
Look at Caleb Martin, boy, coming out here like a stranger.
Wait a minute.
In the wrong location.
Player of the Year as a junior in the 2017-18 season. After going undrafted in 2019, Caleb signed on along with his twin brother Cody with the Charlotte Hornets. He played in Charlotte for 2 seasons, then went on to Miami for the 2021 through 24 seasons. In 3 years at Miami, he averaged approximately 10 points per game. And the highlight of his time in Miami was playing 45 playoff games.
Bro, how uncomfortable do you think it is to sit up there and you the first one there and the press conference is already started behind time?
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Including all 23 on the run to the 2023 finals for the Miami Heat. In those 2023 playoffs, he was Miami's third leading scorer after Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. And as a matter of fact, was one vote shy of winning the Eastern Conference Finals MVP in their victory over Boston, an award won by his teammate Jimmy Butler. And then after 3 years with Miami, Caleb signed this year with Philadelphia, 31 games there and averaged 9 points and 4 rebounds.
How y'all feeling about
Next
Caleb?
up is Max Christie. Max is 21 years old. At least I can say that for a few more days. He'll turn 22 next.
Hey, did y'all see how he had the pause when he said Christie? I told you I'm not the only one.
Shots fired!
It smacks crispy around these parts.
Monday. He's from the Chicagoland area from Arlington Heights, Illinois. Went to high school in Rolling Meadows, Illinois. Was a McDonald's All-American in high school at Rolling Meadows High School. And was not only a McDonald's All-American, but selected to play in the Nike Hoop Summit and the Jordan Brand Classic as well. And was a 5-star recruit, a top 20 recruit in the nation. Max went to Michigan State in the Big Ten, the best conference in America. And he had a chance to play 1 year at Michigan State for Tom Izzo and was an all Big Ten freshman. Was drafted 35th in the 2022 draft. And out of all second-round picks, he's third in minutes played and fourth in points scored from the second-rounders in 2022. His time with the Lakers included 154 games played. He started 25 of those games this year and comes from a basketball family as well. His dad played college basketball at Parkland College in Champaign, Illinois, and at the University of Wisconsin-Superior. His mom played at Northwestern, and his brother Cam played at Minnesota and is with the Los Angeles Clippers right now. And he's already played 2 games with the Mavs. Usually when you do a press conference, you haven't played any games with the team yet, but he's already played 2 games with Dallas and scored 15 points in both games, made 4 threes the other night in Philly, and tied his career high with 9 rebounds in that game in Philadelphia as well. And then last is Anthony Davis. Anthony is 31 years old, of course, from Chicago, Illinois, was a McDonald's All-American at Perspectives Charter School in Chicago, and was the consensus #1 recruit in the nation. After being a McDonald's All-American and such in 2011, he went to Kentucky for 1 year. While at Kentucky for 1 season, AD was the NCAA Player of the Year, the SEC Male Athlete of the Year, the National Association of Basketball Coaches Defensive.
Hey, drip check. How that boy AD fit, man? That boy got 1, 2, 3. He got them gold chains on. Y'all know how we feel in the spirit about the gold.
Player of the Year, the most outstanding.
Christie out here looking like he just got dropped off by his auntie.
I beg your pardon?
I said auntie.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Of course,
I bet he got on some flops.
national champion at Kentucky. He was drafted first in 2012, and that started a 13-year career, first with New Orleans and then, of course, with the Lakers before coming to Dallas. And in those 13 seasons, the accolades for Anthony include a 10-time All-Star, an NBA champion, a 5-time All-NBA team selection, a 5-time All-Defensive team selection, also has led the league in block shots 3 times, something that no other active player in the league has done. He was the MVP of the 2017 All-Star Game as well, and was selected as one of the top 75 players in NBA history as part of the NBA's 75th anniversary team in 2021. On the court, he's one of the best two-way players in the game, averaging over 20 points per game, 10 rebounds per game, 2 blocks per game, and 1 steal per game in 9 seasons in his career. Akeem Olajuwon's the only player that's done that more frequently, doing it in 12 seasons. Internationally, AD has, of course, played for the United States, winning a gold medal in the 2012 Olympic Games in London and the 2024 Olympics in Paris, and also at the 2014 FIBA World Cup. So FIBA recognizes him as the only Grand Slam champion in basketball, having won an NCAA title, an NBA title, an Olympic gold medal, and a FIBA World Cup. So those are your introductions. Without further ado, I'm going to ask each player one question so you guys don't have to do the awkward start off with a statement, and then I'll turn it over to everybody here for questions. There's a lot of people here, so I've been told to share with you guys that it's going to be 2 questions per player per outlet. So that would be 6 questions for each outlet, but just so everybody gets to ask a question, I think that the comms team is going to just kind of do that so everyone gets an opportunity, and they'll take over things once I ask my first questions here to get it started. So first of all, Caleb, we just got a chance to meet a few minutes ago, so this is your first chance to talk to any sort of Dallas-related media, I believe. Just what's your general feeling about the trade and coming here to Dallas and getting a chance to start playing with the Mavericks?
I mean, I feel good. Things happen, quickly, change real quickly, but I think I'm supposed to be here. I think things happen for a reason. Just watching the guys the other night, the style of play, I think is there. I think the fit is there. I think the effort, and I think we got some really good pieces, and I'm excited to play.
Thanks, Caleb. Max, as I said during the introduction, it's unique whenever a team makes a trade and you start playing games before you get to do your introductory press conference with everyone. But that is the case. You've had a chance to play 2 games, a big win last night at Boston. How have you felt adjusting to your new teammates, and what's it been like getting out of the floor and competing with those guys this week?
Yeah, it's been fun. Caleb kind of said it. It's kind of cool. Obviously, the transition is fast, but we got a good win in Boston last night. And for me, just trying to come in and fit in seamlessly, just play with a lot of effort and intensity. The style of play that we have is very free flowing and very easy to kind of integrate too. So I'm looking forward to continuing to get my feet wet with the system and get used to the concepts and win some more games.
AD, you've had a chance to join your new teammates on the road. I know that you haven't had a chance to play in a game, but you've been in shoot around and practices, interacting with a lot of individuals that you're familiar with: Jason Kidd, Jared Dudley, Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, etc. So you know a lot of these guys. You've been there. You've experienced getting introduced to the team that is in Philadelphia and seeing the win last night in Boston. What's been your experience and your vibe out on the road so far as you get ready to play your first game?
Yeah, the vibes are high. Energy is great. I like our team. I like the way the guys are playing. Obviously, it was a big win last night in Boston. Had the game in Philly as well, but I'm excited. I'm excited to play. I'm excited to add value to this team. Obviously, adding Max and Caleb, with they already have here. Gonna be exciting to see.
Let me find out they call AD street clothes because the fists be on point.
I bet.
But let me set the stage. That means he's not playing the game, but he fresh.
Season for us.
All right, thanks AD. Thanks Max. Thanks Caleb.
Shots
And,
fired!
you guys can take it over for questions, and again, the comms team will help out from that regard. Thanks, appreciate it.
AD, Tim McMahon with ESPN. First, are you good to go tomorrow, and any limitations there?
And that's facts.
Tomorrow.
Okay, and then listen, follow what I just read.
Whistle on the play. He didn't answer everything. And he asked you a whole nother question. You just say you're gonna play tomorrow. Okay.
Off your resume, like when you went to New Orleans, you're the #1 overall pick. It's a celebration in the city. You go to LA, they pulled off this blockbuster deal that they've been trying to do, a huge celebration. This is different because of who they gave up to get you. This is frankly a heartbroken fan base. What is that like for you to kind of walk in?
Hey man, look at that face, man. In the spirit, we read between the lines.
To that situation, and what do you anticipate in terms of kind of the response?
I understand it. I mean, obviously it's a business, and I get who Luka was to this franchise, to this city.
The reason why I say look at that face is because that face looked like, do you not know who I am? I am Anthony Davis. Is Anthony Davis, does he feel offended by that question? But let's see how he answers.
I'm never, going to downplay that. Just how, I know what I meant to the city of LA. So I'm not, surprised by, the fans' reaction and the city's reaction. But it's my job to come in, play basketball, and do what I'm supposed to do, and give the fans hope and reassurance on why, Nico brought me here. So
Nico better not say he didn't bring him here.
I don't know how, tomorrow's going to be as far as, the reaction. But, I can't control that. What I can control is go out and just win in basketball.
I need 20 and 15. That's how you know the reaction.
And that's facts.
20 and 15, at least.
Games and helping the team do whatever I can. But at the end of the day,
whatever, 20 and 15.
I'm going to get a city, get them life back. Obviously it's a tough transition.
Boy, AD, I'm going to need you. You're going to have to come holler at a wordsmith. We get your words right, man. You got to have them punchlines.
It was a shock, to all. But like I said, my job to come in and play basketball and win basketball games.
Over here, Dwayne Price. DwaynePriceMath.com, right here. AD, what was your first reaction to the
AD out here trying to use my stuff. I'm the only person that's legally blind around here.
Wait a minute.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
That's all me, AD.
trade? And this has been a big week. Obviously Super Bowl week, and it's kind of like the whole NBA took over this week and all that. Just your reaction to that, and in what ways do you see you can help this team win an NBA title?
I think my reaction was just like everyone else's. I was shocked. But, you can't, stay in that state of emotion for a long time. I have to come here and help this team win. I think defensively I can add value to a great defensive team already with the Gaff and, when Live come back and PJ, X, all like Max and Caleb, so I think we can be a pretty good defensive team, and then offensively just complement what they already have. They have guys who can shoot the basketball, guys who with live threats. Obviously, we know what Kyrie's able to do, and then just watching the guys play over the past couple games, really learning more about the guys that I probably didn't watch as much, and learning how important they are to this team. So I'm excited to get going tomorrow and just see what we're able to do.
Mike Curtis, Dallas Morning News, right here. Obviously, in Los Angeles, they ran a lot of the offense through you. Just based on your conversations with Jason Kidd and Nico, what are some of the plans offensively, and how different your role would be from how it was in Los Angeles?
They're taking some of the same concepts that I had in LA and bringing it over. We talked about it in the shoot-arounds I've been part of and the one practice that I've been a part of. So we're not going to change too much, but we are adding things to kind of get me in the same position that I was in LA.
Hey, Caleb, Christian Clark with The Athletic. Just wondering how you're feeling with the hip injury and, when, just an idea of when you could be back on the court.
Feeling a lot better. I feel like I'm progressing really well. Just still taking it day by day, but I'm assuming that I'm come back fairly quickly. I'm just just trying to stay focused on the rehab and like I said, just take it day by day. But definitely seeing progress and definitely heading in the right direction. Any questions for Max?
We'll get to Max's thing. Kevin Gray back here on the front. This for AD. AD, for you, what was the vision that Nico Harrison had for you coming to this team, and how he saw you as the centerpiece of this deal to
What's that, Kevin Gray?
be able to help this team move forward with the skill set that you bring, and how that will be incorporated moving forward here?
I think he said in his press conference about defense and winning championships. And obviously, I'm a defensive-minded guy. And like I said, I think adding what I'm able to do defensively, whether it's in pick and roll, on the post and the perimeter, whatever the case may be, I can add value to this team and help the guys who's already great defensively, and also help the guys who maybe struggle. So, bringing that defensive energy, that defensive mindset, to this team. And I think, that's what we are going to lay our hats on. You can't control the ball going in every single night, but you can control your energy and effort on the defensive end. So that's what I'm going to try and do. That's what I want to instill into the guys. And, hopefully that let us, carry to win some games.
Richard Solomon, reporter for WFA News ABC. This is a question for all y'all, but I mean, we talked a lot about basketball, but I want to ask y'all mentally as men, like, how do you prepare just to uproot your families like that in an abrupt trade? I mean, none of you were expecting that. We weren't expecting this. AD, one of the best players in the world, like we just heard. But just how are you guys doing mentally with this?
Not that we just heard.
Beg your pardon?
I've been traded twice now, but the first time I asked for a trade, so I was already mentally prepared for it. And it was in the summertime. Now, this was a little different. I was shocked at first and mentally just all over the place. I didn't believe it, actually, at first. I'm pretty sure nobody did. But when I was headed on a plane to Dallas, that's when it kind of like, this is really happening. And then I think the days after, like the physical and stuff, you still kind of just like in the fog. But when I was able to get around the team the first time in Philly, I was fine. I think the game of basketball allows me and probably everyone else to kind of be in a safe place and kind of get away from everything. I know anytime I'm going through anything, I can go to the gym or anything with basketball kind of just brings me back to center and brings me back to peace. So I know tomorrow I'll be on the floor. When that ball's tipped up for the opening tip, I'll be fine. But I think mentally now, just being around the guys and having a chance to be on the court a couple of days and hanging out with the guys, laughing and joking, I'm in a great place.
Noah Weber from the Smoking Cuban back here. This was a question over here. This was a question for both AD and Max. One thing, about 12 hours after the trade, Nico said that both of y'all are going to be guys that add to the culture here in Dallas. From what you've understood so far about the organization, what is Mavericks culture and how do y'all plan to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, playing in my first 2 games so far with the Mavs, like the culture is very, everybody's super together.
Before he gets into his answer, drop your comments in the chat below. What is the Dallas Mavericks culture? And do we even have a culture at this point? Got me over here like,
Wait a minute.
Nico, is he going for a rebuild in 2029 with that first round draft pick? I need answers. I'm trying to.
learn today.
Everybody's communicating with each other really well. Everybody kind of takes care of each other. And I've noticed that too for me, kind of coming in as the new guy. Everybody's kind of just crowding around me and trying to make me feel comfortable. So I appreciate that a lot about the organization, about the team. So it feels like a big family for sure. And I think that's important, for any organization that's trying to win, at a high level, being able to have everybody on the same page. And I feel that as a new guy coming in, they've been able to welcome me with open arms. And I feel a lot more comfortable, obviously, after these first 2 games, getting those out the way, kind of getting to know the guys, know the coaching staff better and all the staff that work here. So it's a one big family and something that I really appreciate from the organization so far.
Yeah, to kind of piggyback on what Max said, what he said was great, but also adding to that is the competitive spirit that the guys have. I know JK is a competitive, obviously.
AD was like, let me help you out, Playboy.
And that's facts.
Nico's competitive. Like, all these guys on the team are, competitors and, having that mindset to come out and compete every night.
Is that a bracelet?
I beg your pardon.
AD with the bracelets on.
You know, I love to play the game, compete every night, and leave it all on the floor. So play to exhaustion, right? And like I said, being able to see these guys up close and personal on the bench, I've seen that out of every guy, and guys have each other backs, and guys are supportive. You know, guys, it could be a simple layup, and guys are standing up clapping. You know, like guys are genuinely happy for the next guy. So it's gonna be fun.
Leslie McCaslin, Mavs TV. Question for Max and AD. I'd love to get your thoughts as well. Obviously, a lot of people didn't know as much about you, and I know you were drained after your first game in a quick shoot around, and you played so well, and then you come back out against Boston and do it again. Is this what you hope to bring to the table every night? And AD, is this what we can expect from Max?
Yeah, I mean, for me, obviously, my biggest goal is just contributing energy and effort to the game on both ends of the floor. Obviously, just trying to knock down open shots and be aggressive when it's my time, you know, when I'm open. But I think for me, defensively is where I can really hang my head on, especially for this team. You got AD and Kai, guys that can really score. So for me to get on the floor and be able to contribute at a high level, I can be able to guard the best defender and just kind of cause havoc on that end of the floor. So,
what are our expectations for Max Christie? Are we expecting him to grab every loose ball or make every open shot when he gets a chance? It's going to be a lot of doubles between AD and Kyrie. The dynamics of the offense just changed. Will Christie be able to step up and solidify himself into a role?
So, yeah, like you said, I'm going to play hard every single night. And I'm going to be tired after every single game. But that's the goal, and that's how you win basketball games. You play at a high level with a lot of effort and a lot of intensity, and hoping to contribute that way.
I think, yeah. I mean, what we've seen from Max the past couple games is, it's nothing surprising to me. I've seen him grow and work on his game tirelessly over the past 3 years when I've been with him. So, he takes on challenges. He's very coachable. We had many times where I screamed at him and yelled at him. And the first couple of years, it was like, oh, I can't curse, but you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm going to say. But he's been very receptive to, us trying to help him learn, especially since we've been in the game for a long time. So, but what he's able to do defensively, he takes on the challenge of guarding the other team's best perimeter player. And, he's making no shots, making big plays, gets to the basket pass. It's really no hole in his game, but he's always in the gym getting better. So, everything that I've seen the past 3 years and what you guys seen the past couple games, that's what you can expect from Max.
Isaac Harris, Locked on Mavs. AD, you've obviously played the 4 and the 5 in your career. What's it about playing the 4 alongside another big that opens up your game?
I just think, since I've been in the league, that's just been my natural position. I have no problem playing the 5. I just think playing the 5 over, an extended period of time, an 82-game season, is just wear and tear on your body.
I beg your pardon.
Sustain playing the 5.
Hey, AD, you going to be where they put you.
Shots fired!
And I mean that.
But, having guys like Gaff and Live, I just think
he hope.
It's going to be scary, for opposing teams on the defensive end, offensively. And I just look back on my career, every time in every season in New Orleans, I had a 5 next to me. Obviously, we've seen what, I was able to do with me and DeMarcus, and then, my first year in LA with 2 bigs, obviously winning a championship. But I just feel like I can unlock my game a little bit more at the 4.
And when Nico makes a trade like this, you've obviously had a lot of people in your career believe in you. But when he makes a trade of this magnitude, what's it mean to you? How does it make you feel that he believed in you this much?
It means a lot. Like I said, before, obviously I understand what who Luka is and what he's able to do and what he's already done for our game. He's a phenomenal player. Gonna be one of the best to ever play the game of basketball. But to have Nico trade for me just shows his belief in what I can do on the floor, and it's my job to produce every night and have Mav Nation believe that as well. So I'm excited for
Not the Mavs Nation.
Good afternoon. Valencia King with Real Talk Sports to your left. Thank you and welcome to Dallas. Thank you for your time today. My question is for all of you.
It's not the fact that he said Mavs Nation. It's the way that he said it. You know how long you have to actually be someone from Mavs Nation to pronounce it on the fly correctly? And don't even let me get started on MFFL, because you'll butcher that. Like, you got to actually be that. Yeah, AD, you can come get into the culture and then become part of Mavs Nation. You a Dallas Maverick right now. And to be honest, Mavs Nation, if they had their way, you and Nico,
you're fired.
I'm just saying. Over Luka, yeah, I know you're going to bring some good stuff to the table, but you know what I'm saying? Get in there, get your feet wet. Be a part of the culture, but before you say you in it.
So I know the game of basketball will come first and foremost, obviously, but I also know that you guys are dedicated to be involved in the communities that you've played in. So when the time comes, how much are you looking forward to getting integrated into the city of Dallas?
I'm looking forward to it tremendously.
Yeah, we need giveaways. We need back to school giveaways. We need backpacks. We need turkeys. What you gonna do out here for the community, AD? I know you're gonna say something good.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
One of the first things I talked about with the Maverick staff when I got here, was I just kind of rebooted my foundation and kind of redefined it. So I'm excited to kind of bring that here, and I've been hearing great things about Dallas and how it's a family-oriented city, and so I'm excited.
Disrespecting you.
Obviously, my
Disrespect
family's here, and I'm excited to kind of get out into the community and do as much as I can.
Yeah, kind of piggybacking off that. I'm not super familiar with the Dallas area. I've never really lived here and been here, but obviously that I'm here now, I'm looking forward to kind of getting integrated into the community, kind of learning more about the city, the community, the suburbs, everything, all around that. So I'm looking forward to kind of just integrating myself into this whole, Dallas culture that we got going here. So, like AD said, I've heard great things as well about this city, about the community, and I'm looking forward to kind of getting myself into that.
All right, let's give you some context. You can't just be up here talking about a foundation. All right, so this is AD's or Anthony Davis. And if it's the wrong one, I apologize. Remember, I'm legally blind.
I beg your pardon.
See if I can make it bigger. Matter of fact, I'll just read it. Take my word for it. Anthony Davis Foundation provides the opportunity for children, rewards them with staying active and excelling in school, and offers general assistance. The foundation is also sponsored by the AAU Chicago youth and basketball team, focused on developing athletes' potential through skill instruction and community building events. Additionally, the foundation operates a reading room. Just one? I said one.
I beg your pardon.
Hey, dude, you're going to have to upgrade. We need 2 reading rooms around here.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Let's see. Reading rooms that provide children safe access to books. It's located in Florence, Kentucky. Ooh. So how's that foundation going to help Dallas? I'm just saying. Let's get back to it.
Into that as well.
Yeah, same pretty much. I mean, I feel like
Hey, what's the hype on Caleb Martin? How y'all feeling about him? Y'all think he can take a starting spot? If you think Caleb Martin is going to be in that starting 5, drop KM starting 5 in the comments below. This is an interactive show, the one-stop shop for all things basketball, where we transcend fandom to legacy. Let me get some music going in the background, by the way.
when you got a couple of new faces, I think it's important to put yourself out there and kind of let the fans and the
Matter of
community
fact, let's
know
go
who you
here.
are more than just basketball players. So I think that'll say a lot, and but it should have even better like.
Y'all bear with me. Let me get this music set to the right volume so it's not doing too much. Okay.
Apps to make sure I'm available on the court for my team.
Leslie McCaslin, Mavs TV. Question for Max and AD. I'd love to get your thoughts as well. Obviously, a lot of people didn't know as much about you, and I know you were drained after your first game. A quick shoot around, and you played so well, and then you come back out against.
All right, if you just now joining the stream, drop AD's nickname in the chat. Hashtag his nickname if you know it.
Boston and do it again. Is this what you hope to bring to the table every night? And AD, is this what we can expect from Max?
Yeah, I mean, for me, obviously, my biggest goal is just contributing energy and effort to the game on both ends of the floor. Obviously, just trying to knock down open shots and be aggressive when it's my time, when I'm open. But I think for me, defensively is where I can really hang my hat on, especially for this team. You got AD and Kai, guys that can really score. So for me to get on the floor and be able to contribute at a high level, I can be able to guard the best defender and just kind of cause havoc on that end of the floor. So yeah, like you said, I'm going to play hard every single night. And I'm going to be tired after every single game. But that's the goal, and that's how you win basketball games. You play at a high level with a lot of effort and a lot of intensity, and I hope to contribute that way.
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen from Max the past couple games is, nothing surprising to me. I've seen him grow and work on his game tirelessly over the past 3 years when I've been with him. So, he takes on challenges. He's very coachable. We had many times where I screamed at him and yelled at him. And the first couple of years, it was like, oh, I can't curse it. You know what I'm going to say. But he's been very receptive to, us trying to help him learn, especially since we've been in the game for a long time. So, but what he's able to do defensively, he takes on the challenge of guarding the other team's best perimeter player. And, he's making no shots, making big plays, gets to the basket.
Who currently is the Dallas Mavericks' best POA? It's a lot of reports saying that Max Christie will come in and automatically be better than PJ. I need to see the ones.
I beg your.
I say I need to see the ones.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
No hole in his game, but he's always in the gym getting better. So, everything that I've seen the past 3 years and what you guys seen the past couple games, that's what you can expect from Max.
I don't care. It's like on Mavs. AD, you've obviously played the 4 and the 5 in your career. What's it about playing the 4 alongside another big that opens up your game?
He don't got to bang with nobody. AD like
party.
They be rough down there. AD a finesse player. My boy get hurt easy.
I just think, since I've been in the league, that's just been my natural position. I have no problem playing the 5.
I think.
I just think playing a 5 over, an extended period of time at 82-game season is just.
AD don't want to play the 5, y'all. We can go ahead and say it. AD like, man, I'm only answering this question that way so that I don't get any more flack from the fans. But you gonna play what they tell you to play.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
I said you gonna play.
You're gonna learn today.
Just wear and tear on your body. Obviously, I've done enough to, sustain to playing a 5, but having guys like Gaff and Lod, I just think, it's going to be scary, for opposing teams on the defensive end, offensively. And I just look back on my career, every time every season in New Orleans, I had a 5 next to me. Obviously, we've seen what, I was able to do with me and DeMarcus, and then, my first year in LA with 2 bigs and obviously win a championship. But I just feel like I can unlock my game a little bit more at the 4.
And when Nico makes a trade like this, you've obviously had a lot of people in your career believe in you.
AD, let me find out you want to play the 5 up here, slipping up and saying the 5 when you meant the 4.
But when you mix a trade of this magnitude, what's it mean to you? How does it make you feel that he believed in you this much?
It means a lot. Like I said, before, obviously I understand what who Luka is and what he's able to do and what he's already done for our game. He's a phenomenal player. Gonna be one of the best to ever play the game of basketball. But to have Nico trade for me just shows his belief in what I can do on the floor, and it's my job to produce every night and have Mav Nation believe that as well. So I'm excited for the challenge.
Good afternoon, Valencia King with Real Talk Sports to your left. Thank you and welcome to Dallas. Thank you for your time today. My question is for all of you. So I know the game of basketball will come first and foremost, obviously, but I also know that you guys are dedicated to be involved in the communities that you've played in. So when the time comes, how much are you looking forward to getting integrated into the city of Dallas?
I'm looking forward to it tremendously. That's one of the first things I talked about with the Maverick staff when I got here. I just kind of rebooted my foundation and kind of redefined it. So I'm excited to kind of bring that here. And I've been hearing great things about Dallas and how it's a family-oriented city. And so I'm excited. Obviously my family's here, and I'm excited to kind of get out into the community and do as much as I can.
Yeah, kind of piggybacking off that. I'm not super familiar with the Dallas area. I've never really lived here and been here, but obviously that I'm here now. I'm looking forward to kind of getting integrated into the community, kind of learning more about the city, the community, the suburbs, everything, all around that. So I'm looking forward to kind of just integrating myself into this whole, Dallas culture that we got going here. So, like AD said, I've heard great things as well about the city, about the community, and I'm looking forward to kind of getting myself into that as well.
Yeah, same pretty much. I mean, I feel like, when you got a couple of new faces, I think it's important to put yourself out there and kind of let the fans and the community know who we are more than just basketball players. So I think that'll say a lot, and, but shed a even better light as much as we can, and obviously do a lot of transition with the community, between the organization and the city, obviously with trades and everything. So I think it's important for us to get back when we can, and like I said, just put ourselves out there.
Dorothy Gentry with iMessenger Media. This question is for you, AD. Off the court, talk a little bit about foul play and your funny side and your opportunity to kind of show your humorous side, and how'd you get involved with that? What can fans and viewers?
The city don't want no humor from Anthony Davis. They got me.
Shots fired!
I said they got me.
Expect to see.
I didn't know y'all knew about that. That's my TV show I have coming out after the All-Star Game, prank show that I have. I'm honestly just like a big kid. I try to have fun with everything. obviously basketball, brings enough stress just as a competitor. And so everybody, who I have like in my corner kind of reminds me to not let the rest of your life be stressful. So I love having fun. I love pranking people. I love, just being a big kid. And so, our production company decided to start a prank TV show. So it's gonna be fun. It comes on after the All-Star game. So I'm excited about it, but it was really fun doing that.
AD over here, Joe Trahan, WFA TV. Welcome. We've heard both you and Kyrie talk about the fact that y'all talked about playing together before. So now that you guys will get that opportunity, I'm curious the way that you see it. How will he elevate your game, and how can you maximize his?
Yeah, me and Kai talked about this in 2018 when he was in Boston, and now it's kind of coming to fruition where we get a chance to play with each other. So I think just having a guard, like Kai, who's able to score, who's able to pass, attack downhill, like he can do it all. There's no flaw in his game, and just I don't think he's played with a guy like me as well who can play in the pocket, who can roll to the rim, be a lob threat, can pick and pop, can handle where he can come set a screen for me.
That boy AD setting his expectations high, giving us all this good tea for all the things that he can do. But my boy, you're going to have to capitalize, and that's on God.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
It's a different dynamic that I bring to him and that he brings to me. So I think we complement each other very well.
And then one other thing on a different note, what coaches like to say, the best ability is availability, and you've done a great job the last 2 seasons, 76 games.
You got to be
games.
available.
What have you learned about your body that has made you become more available?
I think honestly,
Flag on the play. That's a big difference. Let's listen to that one more time.
Know who we are more than just basketball players. So
Question is for you, AD side, and how'd you get involved side, and
let the rest of your life be stressful. So it comes on after the All-Star game. So I'm excited.
You guys will get that opportunity. I'm curious the way that you see it. How will he elevate your game, and how can you maximize his?
Yeah, me and Kai talked about this in 2018 when he was in Boston, and now it's kind of coming to fruition where we get a chance to play with each other. So I think just having a guard, like Kai, who's able to score, who's able to pass, attack downhill, like he can do it all. There's no flaw in his game, and just I don't think he's played with a guy like me as well who can play in the pocket, who can roll to the rim, be a lob threat, can pick and pop, can handle where he can come set a screen for me. It's a different dynamic that I bring to him and that he brings to me. So I think we complement each other very well.
And then one other thing on a different note, what coaches like to say, the best ability is availability, and you've done a great job the last 2 seasons, 76 games and 56 games. What have you learned about your body that has made you to become more available?
I think honestly, all my injuries have been freakish injuries. I mean, it's nothing that has been structural or something that I can't control. I mean, everything. I put a lot of work into my body and making sure that I'm available on the floor. But most times it's stuff that I really can't control. My last major injury that I missed, I think like 25 games, was something in my foot that was there since college I never knew about and just like broke off. So, but anything else that I'm able to control, I put a lot of work in, with my training staff to make sure I'm available on the court for my team.
Joey Mastrota with Clutch Points. Thank you. My question's for AD and Max. What are your guys' biggest takeaways from playing with a superstar like LeBron James?
For me, I'd say I'm a pretty observant person.
Stay out the spotlight. That's what it need to be. Come in, do your work, get in the gym. Shouldn't nobody have to tell you to get in the gym, because when you're shooting in the gym to get better, it's on demand.
Wait a minute.
I say it's on demand.
Just seeing how he approaches the game, seeing how he, approaches each practice, each game, how he takes care of his body. I can say the same for AD, being with someone of his caliber as well. Just seeing how they both approach the game, both from the physical and mental side, is something I've been very observant with. And I've been able to take bits and pieces and to kind of add them into my repertoire as well. And then being able to play with them, obviously they attract a lot of attention because they're all-star caliber players and obviously best players to ever play the game. So for me to kind of just be able to play off of them, being able to make the right play off of them as well. But for me, the most part is just observing how they attack the game, both mentally and physically, and how I'm able to kind of add some of those pieces from their repertoire into mine as well, so that I can kind of have the success that they have as well.
For me, I think everything Max said, obviously, but just from a leadership standpoint, how he's able to lead the team is very vocal. So I think over my first 7 years, I always led by example. But then the past 5.5 years being around him, I've realized that players don't always want to hear the coach's voice, and you have a better connection with your teammates than probably the coach do. So just trying to be more vocal, and I've done that over the past couple of years. So I think from that standpoint, I learned a lot from that aspect.
Brad Townsend, Dallas Morning News. Is for AD. You mentioned briefly talked about Nico a while ago. I was wondering if you could describe when and how you guys first met, how your relationship evolved, and how that might or might not impact your comfortability in settling here in Dallas.
I think we first
They better not have met at the coffee shop.
met.
I said the coffee shop.
I beg your
in high
pardon.
school. He was working for Nike, and
I
going to all the
beg
Nike
your
camps
pardon?
and everything like that. And just through the course of the years, when he was with his tenure with Nike, I've just been a Nike athlete, so we've just been close like that and developed a relationship. But having Nico here, familiar with J Kidd, does Mac Tar, like all these guys, it's a little bit more comfortable in the transition. Instead of going somewhere where you don't know anyone, now you have to figure everything out. So it made the transition a lot smoother.
Leslie McCaslin, Mavs TV. This is for Caleb. Caleb, how did your time in Miami shape you in your game, just in the Eastern Conference Finals, and maybe help you bring some leadership here as well?
I just think just the culture there. Obviously, everybody speaks on the culture in Miami. Just me being there, realized it being kind of a real thing. But I think
Is he bringing the Heat culture to
having a
Dallas?
certain standard, to play at, to approach the game at.
That's a hard task. If it was Jimmy, yeah, but
And a certain level of professionalism, I feel like I just try to take away from me. So, but I also understand playing with certain guys who, Jimmy at the time and Bam and those guys playing at a certain level, and kind of like what Max was saying, playing with guys, superstars, learn how to play off guys like that, and obviously that's gonna come in handy with Kai, AD, and down the line, just learn how to play with those guys. But I think just being there, just on how to approach the game, and also like they said, kind of just playing to exhaustion. Kind of one thing that we made up in Philly was kind of play till death.
hey, I need y'all to comment. Y'all can't see it. It's this little figure. Is it either his leg or somebody's shiny ball head?
Shots fired! Shots fired!
So I like to kind of try to go by that as much as possible.
Sam Gannon, Fox 4 News here in Dallas. This question is for AD. AD, you, Kyrie, and Klay all have a championship pedigree. How can you guys use that to your advantage, and what kind of tone do you three as veterans on this team want to set as you guys make a run for a championship with that win it now mentality?
Yeah, I think just bringing that championship experience to the group. I mean, obviously you see Klay set the tone last night, with a great first quarter. But I think for all of us, just kind of navigating all the guys through that, telling them what it takes. It's a different level of playing style, a different level of details, different level of focus that you got to have throughout the course of the season, especially in the playoffs. Everything is magnified. So, obviously this team reaching the finals last year. You got a target on your back, and once you get that feeling, obviously you want to get there again. And some of these guys been there, so they know obviously what it takes. But just trying to help this team get over the hump.
Carlos Revelo from Telemundo 39. I saw a recent picture of Max and Mexican artist Peso Pluma. Also AD being from Chicago, living in LA. What's your message to the Somos Mavs fan base, and any Spanish for both of you guys, or three of you?
Yeah, I ain't got no Spanish. I'm not confident enough in my Spanish to be able to sit here, but
Hold on. I got a draw for that one.
Oh my God!
Did y'all see 80's face? Priceless. That boy was like, the only thing I could say is tacos.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Great first quarter. But I think for all of us, just kind of navigating all the guys through that, telling them what it takes. It's a different level of
Yo, habla
playing
español.
different level of details, different level of focus that you got to have throughout the course of the season, especially in the playoffs. Everything is magnified. So, obviously the team reaching the finals last year. You got a target on your back, and once you get that feeling, obviously you want to get there again. And some of these guys been there, so they know obviously what it takes. But just trying to help this team get over the hump.
Carlos Revelo from Telemundo 39. I saw a recent picture of Max and Mexican artist Peso Pluma.
So I need y'all to watch 80 face.
Also AD being from Chicago, living in LA. What's your message to the Somos Mavs fan base, and any Spanish for both of you guys, or three of you?
Yeah, I ain't got no Spanish. I'm not confident enough in my Spanish to be able to sit here, but yeah, I mean, to those fans, and obviously to every fan in this Mavs fan base, obviously, I think all three of us are really excited just to get integrated, get to know you guys, and feel your love and support, obviously during this transition period for everybody. So, we're going to be professionals as best we can and try to go out and put our best foot forward on the floor, but, we're really excited to get to know all these fans and get to know everybody, and being able to hopefully feel the love from everybody as we continue to win these games. So we're looking forward to that.
I don't know Spanish, so
Caleb over here.
AD out here like,
just tell us, what did you learn about
your
yourself playing on the
pardon?
big stage in the NBA Finals, and also what are some of the pluses having a brother in the NBA?
I just think that I think a lot, like we were saying earlier, like playing with Miami, just things I learned on the way allowed me to get to that point to learn how to find myself on a stage like that. And I think just about in the shooting rounds I've been part of, and the one practice that I've been a part of. So we're not going to change too much, but we are at. So I like to kind of try to go by that as much as possible.
Sam Gannon, Fox 4 News here in Dallas. This question is for AD. AD, you, Kyrie, and Klay all have a championship pedigree. How can you guys use that to your advantage, and what kind of tone do you three as veterans on this team want to set as you guys make a run for a championship with that win it now mentality?
Yeah, I think just bringing that championship experience to the group. I mean, obviously you see Klay set the tone last night, with a great first quarter. But I think for all of us, just kind of navigating all the guys through that, telling them what it takes. It's a different level of playing style, a different level of details, different level of focus that you got to have throughout the course of the season, especially in the playoffs. Everything is magnified. So, obviously this team reaching the finals last year, you got a target on your back. And, once you get that feeling, obviously you want to, get there again. And, some of these guys been there, so they know obviously what it takes, but just trying to, help this team get over the hump.
Carlos Revelo from Telemundo 39. I saw a recent picture of Max and Mexican artist Peso Pluma.
What's going through your head? You're going to Dallas with AD and a pick. Just what's going through your head to take us through that?
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely obviously pretty shocked. Obviously, a trade of that scale and that magnitude is going to be shocking to anybody, especially the people that are involved in it. But for me, I'm big on perspective, and being able to be a part of a trade of that magnitude is definitely kind of flattering for me. So I was definitely shocked, but at the end of the day, after I kind of started to process my emotions and kind of realize what was going on, trying to find the positive out of everything, I was able to find a positive in that. So I'm super excited to be here. I'm super excited to be here with this team and trying to win a lot of games for us. Yeah, it was shocking, but played 2 games now already. Feel a lot more comfortable than I did when I first got traded. So I'm looking forward to continuing to build on that.
Snyder Dixon with the Associated Press. AD, if you could have a conversation in English with a heartbroken or angry Mavs fan today, what would you say?
I'll just tell them that, obviously you got a guy who's going to leave it on the floor every night, a guy who's going to compete, every night and bring that championship experience to the organization. Try to help lead this team, to some wins and into some championships.
And Max, this is a little bit related to what you were just asked, but you've seen the reaction to this trade. You've been watching it for a couple of days. You've been alongside him as he's kind of stepped into all this. What's been your thought of having kind of watched all that happen, sort of alongside him?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have, a teammate of mine kind of come with me, or I'm coming with him as well, to a new destination. But again, I'm big on perspective and just trying to put one foot in front of the other and trying to stay, as professional as I possibly can. AD said it earlier, this is a business. And so once we all sign up for this, once we all get, drafted onto a team, we know that that's part of the deal. So for me, just being as professional as I possibly can, putting my best foot forward, trying to play the best game that I can, help this organization win games. That's why I'm here, is to try to help winning. And I'm looking forward to contributing every night.
We'll take some pictures.
Let me find out they can't have the mic stands in the picture. The mic stands out here like,
I beg your pardon.
I'm the star of the show. All right, there you got.
You have been
Go ahead,
listening in to the
screenshot
press
that,
conference of
man.
the Dallas Mavericks.
Screenshot that
Anthony Davis
and
there. You
post
also
it
got
on
Max
X,
Christie
social
and,
media.
One additional player who they brought in, Caleb Martin. Thank you for that.
And make sure you
So
add
you've been listening in to how the trade unfolded and finding
MavsSphere.
out reaction. We're going to bring you some of the clips, some of the standout moments from that press conference here in just a moment. But there you can see Davis, Christie, and Martin holding up their jerseys, taking their photos as they are welcomed. The one person who was not on stage that I think a lot of Mavs fans were hoping to hear from, maybe once again, Nico Harrison, who was on stage when the team traded for Kyrie Irving when he had his opening press conference. So Shots fired! Shots fired! In the room, you heard a great question by our lead sports anchor, Joe Trahan. But we'll just start with Anthony Davis and how he opened the press conference.
Is she throwing shots? She's throwing shots. Calm down.
Saying that the vibes were high. The energy was good. He said it was a bit of a shock for him finding out the news, just like it was for everyone else. But he's loved watching the team play. He thinks he's going to be able to add some value there as those players start to make their way off the podium after that opening press conference there. They also talked about the quick turnaround. Some of the questions from the media. You guys let me know when you're ready to go to some of those sound bites. Perfect. So we want to start with how Anthony Davis started, some of his first thoughts and comments during that opening press conference.
Yeah, the vibes are high. Energy is great. I like our team. I like the way the guys are playing. Obviously, it was a big win last night in Boston. Had the game in Philly as well. But I'm excited. I'm excited to play. I'm excited to add value to this team. Obviously, adding Max and Caleb, with they already have here. Gonna be an exciting season for us.
Now, naturally, Luka Day at WFAA was just yesterday, so we all know what Luka Dončić means to this community. Well, that was also one of the first questions media there in the room asked Anthony Davis. They said, he understood. His response was essentially that he understood the heartbreak for the fans here. He understands the impact that Luka has had on this community. And he, I think, too, shared some of that same shock. He talked about, for him, finding out about the trade, there was that initial shock and then going through like those first physicals and even on the plane coming to Dallas. He said he felt like he was in a little bit of a fog, but now it's starting to feel a little bit more real. Here are a few more of his comments.
I understand it. I mean, obviously it's a business, and I get who Luka was to this franchise, to this city. I'm never going to downplay that. Just how I know what I meant to the city of LA. So I'm not surprised by the fans' reaction and the city's reaction, but it's my job to come in and play basketball and do what I'm supposed to do, and give the fans hope and reassurance on why Nico brought me here. So I don't know how tomorrow's going to be as far as the reaction, but I can't control that. What I can control is go out and just winning basketball games and helping the team do whatever I can. But at the end of the day, I'm going to get a city, get them life back. Obviously it's a tough transition. It was a shock, to all, but like I said, my job to come in and play basketball and win basketball games.
Well, sticking with the basketball, AD also talked about what he hopes to contribute to this Mavs team in terms of his defense, the pick and roll, working the post, working the perimeter. It's going to be pretty imposing on other teams. That's something that he mentioned. And again, a lot of folks were wondering if Nico Harrison was going to be part of this opening press conference. He was not there, but we did get to hear a little bit from AD about Nico and their relationship during his time with Nike.
How does it make you feel that he believed in you this much?
It means a lot. Like I said, before, obviously I understand what who Luka is and what he's able to do and what he's already done for our game. He's a phenomenal player. Gonna be one of the best to ever play the game of basketball. But to have Nico trade for me just shows his belief in what I can do on the floor, and it's my job to produce every night and have Mav Nation believe that as well. So I'm excited for the challenge.
I had my notes flipped. He was more so talking about Nico's faith in him there and what that relationship means. But that's a relationship that started during Nico Harrison's time with Nike. AD was talking about what it was like going to Nike camps and getting to know him that way. Also mentioned that's how he got to know Jason Kidd as well. Here's a little bit more of what he had to say.
I think we first met when I was in high school. Obviously he was working for Nike, and I was going to all the Nike camps and everything like that. And just through the course of the years, when he was with his tenure with Nike, I've just been a Nike athlete, so we've just been close like that and developed a relationship. But having Nico here, familiar with J Kidd, Max, like all these guys, it's a little bit more comfortable in the transition. Instead of going somewhere where you don't know anyone, now you have to figure everything out. So it made the transition a lot smoother.
So Davis actually has a show that's coming out, a prank show that's coming out after the All-Star game. He was surprised one of the reporters in the room knew about that. He talked about all the stress in his day-to-day life, just unlike you and me. He said he likes to have fun. So that's something that folks will get to see. He and Max Christie also talked about getting plugged in. They were very involved in LA. And AD said that was one of the first things he talked with Mavs leadership about, is how he can kind of make his imprint on the community here. So that was pretty cool. It's hard to hide the heartbreak, right, of all the Mavs fans who are sad by the departure of Luka. And one of the things that AD was asked in the press conference today is, what would you say to an angry Mavs fan?
I just tell him that, obviously you got a guy who's going to leave it on the floor every night, a guy who's going to compete, every night and bring that championship experience to the organization. Try to help lead this team, to some wins and into some championships.
Again, I mentioned this a little bit earlier. Our lead sports anchor, Joe Trahan, was there in the room. He asked one of my favorite questions, how Anthony Davis feels he's going to be able to help elevate Kyrie and how Kyrie's going to help elevate him. He had a really great answer. I'm sure Joe's going to have a lot of context and much more to bring you on WFAA and here on WFAA Plus as well. Press conference went a little bit longer than I think we anticipated it would. There were some really great answers there about the ways the newest members of the team hope to contribute and become part of the fabric of this community. So our fabulous digital team is working on turning the full press conference around and running it again here for you on WFAA Plus. For right now, though, I'm Dia Wall. We want to say thanks for tuning in and joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Okay. Boy. Man, it's been a long stream, y'all. Thanks for tapping in from this morning to this afternoon. You've been a part of something special, and I mean that.
And that's facts.
Keep the conversation going in the comments. Like, subscribe. If you made it this far into the video, type in #MVP because that's what you are. And I appreciate you.
And that's facts.
Stay tuned for more. And remember, in basketball, every moment counts. Until next time, keep the love of the game alive.
And that's facts.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Matter of fact, before we get up out of here, vibe with me for a little bit. Trying to get my watch time hours up.
I beg your pardon.
I say I'm trying to get the watch hours up.
Pardon.
If you would just get up and teach them instead. If you would just get up and teach.
You find yourself here. You just stepped into the MavsSphere, the one-stop shop for all things basketball. Home of the place where we simply scratch boys up.
If you would just...
And I mean that. If you enjoyed this stream, you know what to do. Don't be out here called ninja watching.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
You're gonna learn today.
We're gonna pick it up a little bit. Tell me how I do in this transition.
I'd like to take this chance to apologize.
Disrespecting me. You disrespect my hood by telling me to take off my flag, asking how gangster I was. You lucky on that day I was acting cool, cuz. I told you I ain't got time for that. Today I got time, cuz.
Nico, I'm be hiding now.